and ultimately the kind you are still committed to learning, improving, and leading. That is exactly why the Nigeria Educational Supply Summit, NESS, exists. For over 25 years, Mrs. Temilola Adekpetum, sometime in year 2000, just wanted to solve her sons to go back to school without hopping from one location, all under one roof. It was a simple problem, but as simple as it was, nobody shop. You know, when we call it a shop, it shows you the perception. We have listened. We have listened to school owners navigating rising costs of operation. We have listened to principals struggling to recruit and they say, give us 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks becomes 2 months, but you keep supporting. We have done all of that. We have waited patiently for schools to raise money to offset outstanding obligation. Education Supply Summit, which we're now witnessing today. NESS is our contribution to creating an annual platform where educators, school leaders, policymakers, financiers, technology providers, and education centers. Our country has more than 213,000 primary and secondary schools certifying educational success. 8.1 million junior secondary school-age children remain out of school, while nearly 3 out of 4 children university. Leaders and administrators continue to grapple with rising costs of operation, teacher shortages, rapid technology changes, education quality accessible. But we remain optimistic because this is not merely a shortage of talent. It is largely a challenge of leadership. Resilience is not merely surviving difficult situations, such as the types we have seen in the recent years since COVID-19, refusing to lower the standards despite economic pressure. It is embracing innovation instead of resisting change. This is resilience, and this is learning and differently. Now, my school, I'm building relationships that will outlive this summit. Because improving quality education in Nigeria will not be achieved just because of one policy or one organization, or Lotus Bank, for supporting us in achieving this summit. It has been a strong partnership of mutual benefit. I would also like to thank our other distinguished. Thank you for the work that you do every day. Operation begin.
So permit me to ask us to rise and honor our nation. Ask us to rise and honor our nation, Nigeria. I had to be sure that. I'd like to acknowledge our sponsors. Put our hands together for Success Tab. Can we appreciate Milan this morning? And can we make it big for our headline sponsor, ladies and gentlemen, the bankable bank, Lotus Bank. A round of applause. Association of Professional Counselors in Nigeria. And this man is a Nigerian politician, educationist, and public administrator. And under his leadership, Lagos is experiencing structural reforms and digital adaptation, including digital. Tolani Ali Balogun. He will come forward to address us this morning right away due to his schedule.
Mrs. Temi Lola and Mr. Tayo Oshiemi, for his continuous patronage of the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, in partnership and in collaboration, that will provide education that is cost-effective, that is feasible, that is sustainable for Lagos State and the nation. And for us to get it right, we must always come together. For us to really engage in innovation, we need collaboration, we need partnership. And equally, we need the environmental factor to look at our own environmental factors in which we can leverage it alone. Even the state governments recognize that factor. They factor in
Hands together as a welcome, Mr. Murakinyo Goodness. This applause has some VAT in it. Can we make it bigger?
Let me start by, appreciating the organizers of this event, and in the busyness of everyone's schedule, they were able to come up with a platform where we can all meet and connect with ourselves. I'd like to appreciate the leadership of SKLD. I call them SKLD, so I think I've known the real name now. That S has a meaning. I call them SKLD, and I would like to appreciate that. And everything in this room seems very perfect except something, and I will say it. Or should I not say it? I will say it. The only thing that is remaining that is not perfect is the fact that when we were reciting national anthem, they did not project that a national anthem for us to. So for the few of us who cannot see the circuit of hand, it will have been perfect that we have the lyrics on the board for us to see. I have a very short time. I'm somebody who talks too much. I'm a teacher, and I talk a lot. But I'll be a bit streamlined today because of the timing. So today I'll be speaking on leading schools in a VUCA world, strategies for growth and sustainability. Where exactly is the word VUCA? In 2020, March, I moved to a new apartment around March ending, and I had to furnish the house. So I bought furnitures. I went to LG. I bought, new house, new fridge, new freezer, new everything. I was thinking that by March ending, by April, the kids will go on break, and by April ending, they will pay school fees, right? So I was spending anyhow. And by March ending, I had bought all the buyings. And by March ending, COVID came. I didn't even know what COVID was. It started like a comedy. Nothing can stop school from working. Nothing. Parents will always pay school fees. But March ending came, I won't forget, till now, those TVs, I look at them differently. So COVID came, and it started gradually. Nobody was sure of what will happen. But for me, I had just spent some unnecessary money, knowing that the money will come in 2 weeks' time. And the reality setting, we need to pay school fees, pay salaries. I had some loans running at that time. Small loans I had to pay while the school resumes, when the school resumes. So there was a lot of things that happened that time. All of us were around at that time. And we had to run schools around May, June, July. Schools didn't open. Parents didn't pay school fees. And all the school buses we had were just in the compound, doing nothing. The cooks, the cleaners. For schools are very big. You have a chunk of members of staff that will do nothing at that COVID time. And a school like mine needed to pay salaries all through the 4 months. So the way my brain was working at that time, it was working differently. Last term, we were about our 7th or 8th week, and the cost of fuel changed from 800 naira to 1,200. Am I correct? That was late last term. For schools who don't run school buses, you don't have a problem. It is nothing. But for a school like mine that have close to about 60 school buses, it was a big issue. So you have to start writing memos to parents, do some calculations, you have to top the money, you have to start thinking of what would be the new cost of school bus for this third term. All of these things are what I will call VUCA. So I needed to just explain some things to us so that we have a background story. There were times we were doing uniforms with school kits, maybe 2005 a shirt. And we say, this thing is very expensive. Now, don't let me say the price of shirt. Now, maybe they are giving me extra special discounts. But we know the cost of things are not what it used to be. There are times, apologies, I'm trying to check something. There were times that publishers would come to our schools, dump textbooks around June, July. In fact, sometimes even April, May. They get the textbooks, give them their orders, they dump the textbooks, they come back for money by September when schools resumes. It was a standard. But many publishers got themselves their fingers burnt. During when we had the dollar exchange, they were owing their foreign partners in dollars. They brought the books in, they are giving us the books. We have to pay them in naira, right? And the cost of those things, exchange rates changed, scattered. I think I know about 2 or 3 publishers, big names, that died at that period. What killed them? Because they deposited books with us, and we are owing them in what? In naira. And they had to pay their foreign partners in what? In dollars. Because most of these books are always printed abroad. Very big names. There were times that, I could go on and go on. But let me save other story for some time. All of these things will give us an idea of what exactly VUCA means. VUCA is a military word that was used in the US back then, but it looks more like what we are facing in today's economy. Either you're a school owner or you even run any kind of business. So VUCA is like an acronym that stands for volatility, talking about the speed at which things changes, uncertainty, the lack of predictability. In fact, now, when you are ending your session, you are not even sure of how many students are resuming again. Students will leave your school for good reasons. They are leaving your area, they are moving out of the country. You are not sure of uncertainty. Complexity talks about, as a school owner, there are many things that we do all in one. I was telling somebody one day, we were arguing that your line of business is better, mine is better. We argue. I said, see, for school, you have to take care of teachers like their babies, take care of parents like their what? Their babies. And the real baby itself, the children, you still have to. So you have to manage teachers, you manage parents, you manage. I was speaking with a company that gives us security men. So they give us security men. So most times they change hands very frequently. So today you see a guard, tomorrow another one is there. And I was saying that I don't like it. They are saying, but they are doing their work. That as long as they are giving us a replacement, they have done their own contract. I said, no, you can't give me the replacement every day. If, for example, now a guard is working in a bank and is opening doors for people to enter the bank, you can change them every day. Nobody cares. But in the school environment, we want to be sure that whoever is the guard there is somebody who has been around for a while. So you can't be changing my guard every day like you are changing Mr. Biggs or an Anitri. I want somebody I can see like at least a year that will be used to the school system, used to the kids and so on. Complexity talks about how hard it is to bring all these things together. Then we talk about ambiguity. So VUCA is an acronym that stands for these things. For ambiguity, it means sometimes the fog of war. I use the fog of war to explain what looks like a lot of things being clustered together. Oh, I thought this was working. Okay, so let's look at this is not working. You said down. What's down? I have only arrows here, up and down. Okay, so let me go back. Let me just use you. Go back. So now let's look at each of these words from VUCA one by one: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And I will try and replace each of those words with the things I'm going to discuss today. So the first one we have to stand for vision. Where vision will replace your what? Volatility. Where understanding, getting clarity or understanding from data, listening more to your parents will replace uncertainty. Where clarity, being able to simplify systems will replace complexity. And where agility will replace what? Ambiguity. So I'm going to use these words to replace each of these items up there. Next slide. For the first pillar, let's talk about vision as against volatility. For everyone that runs a school, you have a purpose for which your school was what established, right? That this is what we have as our watchword. This is our vision statement. This is our mission statement. So no matter what happens in the society, no matter how unstable society means, you have to stay glued to what your vision is. I mean, the content can make you, sometimes when you want to check and pick textbooks for next session, sometimes you are thinking like, this book is good, but what's the price of the book? You want to be sure before you decide. But ensure you do not, next slide, that you don't trade quality for the temporary gain of what is going on. So the economy is very volatile and fees may go up, costs may increase, but you have to stay focused on your what? On your why. Why were you established? I was telling somebody, I said, I've noticed that parents have their needs. They have what they need. Am I right? And if you can give them their needs at any amount of money, they will pay. I drove from Lagos to Lagos today, and I saw traffic on Third Mainland Bridge. And I was like, with the cost of fuel at 1,003, one would have expected that by now, no cars would be on the road. I mean, there was time we were buying fuel for 180 per liter, just 3 years ago. So if they are told that they will change price of fuel from 180 to 130, you don't assume that there's no way that there's no car will move again in Ibadan or Nigeria. But we still have the same number of cars, almost the same number of cars on the road. So ensure that you do not allow the volatile situation of the country or the economy to make you lose why. I mean, school buses, cost of school buses for me has increased by a very outrageous percentage of increase. And I was thinking that, parents will not pay this school bus again. They will not pay. They will drop buses. But I can tell you that we are increasing the number of buses. We still increase the number of buses. Why? Because I have some parents who live abroad, whose kids stay with their grandparents, and those grandparents can never wake up in the morning, do normal wake-up runs in the morning, and still drive the kids to what? To school. They can't do it. In fact, they're in my school because we have school bus. So tell you, I hope you have school bus. Say, yes, okay, let's talk about the fees. If you don't have school bus, no bargain. So ensure you stay focused on your why. Whatever you think you have promised, next slide, that you have promised your parents at any point in time, ensure you stick to it. What are the tips you can take away from here? Don't compromise your core values to save money. Communicate your core purpose to parents more often. Many school owners that I've spoken to, sometimes they are even afraid on behalf of the parents. I mean, this is the real cost of staying alive in Nigeria. Every business sector I've moved on. I did a project not quite long. I just finished. I started a project with the cost of cement at 3K per cement, bag of cement. Today, bag of cement is like 12,000. Am I right? People are still buying. Sometimes you want to buy cement, they'll say, they have closed factory. Oh, hold on, there's queue, there's traffic. I say, 12K per bag. Every other person that have moved on, you have to be sure that you don't allow the state of the economy to crash your own purpose. And like I said, communicate your core purposes to your parents more often than before. When money is tight, we are tempted to quote quality. Your vision is your anchor. If you stand for nothing, you fall for what? Everything. Next slide. Pillar 2 talks about understanding versus uncertainty. Let's replace uncertainty with understanding. Next slide. By doing that, that simply means that, I gave an example. Sometimes you don't even know how your enrollment will look like next session. So soon. All right. So, for a school owner today, we all know that you cannot just be doing things based on what? Assumption. Have real what? Data. For me, I share feedback forms with parents very often. I want to know how they feel about some things. Sometimes as school owners, we assume we have a plan for the parents. Am I right? And parents have what they want. Let me give you an example. I met a school owner who had problems with enrollment, and he said he closes his school around 1 p.m. for toddlers. The preschoolers, 3, 4. He closes like 1 p.m. And I said, why? He said, mental stress. What will the child be doing in school till 3 o'clock, till 4 o'clock? It's fair to go home by 1. I said, I agree with you. You are correct. You are not wrong. But these parents that kept their kids in your school, they also go to work. And they want to keep their child where they would keep that child until when they are done in the office and pick the child by what? By 4. So why you think you are trying to solve their own problem, they feel that their own problem will be solved only if these kids are in school till 4 o'clock. Do you agree with me? And it goes on and on. So sometimes if you give parents and you collect feedback, what you think is even fantastic for them, they don't even want it. They have an idea of what they want. So ensure you get data from your parents on and most often, very often, so you can be able to make, decisions from the feedbacks that you get from them. Next slide. Action points from here. 1, conduct a simple parent survey. Now we have WhatsApp posts. Anything can work in this regard. Google Forms. Understand the financial pain points of your parents. Sometimes what you want to charge them for, you don't even need it. Just stick to what is compulsory. I'll tell you, in my own school, what is compulsory is tuition. Every other thing is by the way. That tuition is compulsory. Any other thing. Some parents will say, I want my child to swim, I want him to do karate. I can't charge it as a school fees. No, it's separate. If you want it, optional. Every other thing in this life, in fact, my boarding school is optional. You can do Monday to Friday alone and pick your child on Friday evening and bring it on Sunday. It is cheaper. Things are not very expensive, and you want to ensure you put parents, in mind when you are setting these things. Know your numbers. A lot of things, this is not about cost or numbers, but as school owners, we have to be sure that we know the cost at which we give these services to these kids so that we are sure we are not running at a loss or we are not running a church, as the case may be. You must understand, even churches don't run at loss again. You must understand that your parents' current reality, if they are struggling, how can you help them? Perhaps you offer sibling discounts and so on and so forth. Next slide. I have a very short time to. Pillar 3 talks about clarity versus complexity. Next slide. Now, this talks about, the problem here is sometimes we are doing too many things at once. As school owners, too many things at once. The strategy here is to simplify your what? Your systems. And I'll give you an example. Okay, let's go on. Simplify your what? Your systems. I still notice, I was speaking with a friend of mine, and somebody called to make inquiries, and he told like 3 people the same thing. 3 different calls, and he told them the same thing, from question 1 to question 2. I said, these things should have a process. Like, for example, if you call me about my school, I'll ask you one question. Once I have a question or 2, I will know what you want, and I will send you everything you may even need to ask me, eventually. You can't be asking me so whatever you want. I have a bill, comprehensive. If I show you my school bill, every question is there. Everything is there. Some schools still have bill. That when you see their bill, you still ask questions. They have seen the bill, but I have questions. Ensure you simplify your system very well. Next slide. Action point from here is 1, focus on 3 priorities. As school owners, academics, very important. Staff welfare, very important. And safety, very important. For staff welfare, if you don't take care of your teachers, one school will open up in your streets, they will take all your teachers away. And you will not lose kids, your students, because a new school came up. You will lose your kids because that school came up, hired all your teachers, the best ones, and your parents are now forced because they are used to those teachers to go and meet them. Standardize the operations. Every process, every procedures should have a standard. For example, I have a book, a diary for the school. Every event that happens every time, we have a meeting, we have a date for it. Everybody knows. For example, we are having a career session for GS3. It's a compulsory event once every year, and we know when we do it. We are having a talk with SS2 parents about SS3. It's an event yearly. Have a standard operation module for all of the operations. Then number 3, as school owners, let us learn to delegate at this time. Let us what? At this time. And I'll give a practical example. I think I'm meeting Mommy for the first time, physically, for the first time. And I've been doing business with SKLD since 2018. That's about 8 years now. And I'm seeing, the CEO, former CEO, the CEO, former CEO, okay, former CEO for the first time. So delegate your job. You don't have to be the one that does everything. I've seen school owners, they are the ones that make inquiries, they attend to phone calls, they attend to parents, they attend to the students. Yes, you should be available. I talk about that a lot, but you can't be the one doing everything. Stop micromanaging. And you see, the arrogance of being a CEO is to feel that people will not do it the way you will do it. Am I correct? You feel that if I do it myself, it will be better. It's a lie. Some people, they have better sense than you. I have some staff that used to pray every morning that God, they should not leave my school, because we have been together for like 15 years. And their head is very correct. The only thing I have that they don't have is money. That brain, I'm not sure how what they have. Because once I'm sleeping, they wake me up. Say, this one, let's do. They know the next thing to do. So when I ask more money too, I'll just give them bonus. I'll buy car for them. Because I don't know if they leave my job, I'll have problem. So you can delegate job. Stop micromanaging your team. Empower your teachers or your admin to be able to take lead role. Don't hire a stupid person to start with. Don't hire an idiot. Once I've hired very right, the next thing is to empower them to ensure that they keep doing their job. We often complicate school management, but your staff needs clarity. If they don't know what is expected at every point in time, then a lot of problems will start multiplying. Next slide. The last pillar is pillar 4. That is talking about agility in place of what? Ambiguity. Next slide. What's the problem here? The future is not clear. The future is not what? It's not clear. We are not even sure whether we'll be in business in the next 20 years. I was telling somebody that if I was in university at this time, I don't think I will be serious in class. Because there's nothing they want to tell me in class. I will not go and read online. But in those days, because we had to go and struggle to get textbooks, we take classes seriously. The future is very unclear. The strategy is to be ready to what? To pivot and embrace what? Change. There were times, vacation school, now holiday school, I can tell people, if you open school in December and say school opens December holiday from December 19 to January 1, those that will still pay and come, they will still come because it's cheaper to keep students in school than to stay at what? At home. They eat more at home. Those people, they know. They eat more at home. They spoil the TV. They distract you at home. So if you open school during Christmas Day, those that will still come, they will still come. So what we do now in my school, for example, vacation school, just say, come and do AI learning. Just go on English grammar. You handle it. And we are still in business. So no matter what changes and what is going to change, ensure you strategize to be ready to pivot and to embrace change at all times. Next slide. What are the action points to take away from this point? Number 1, invest in EdTech. Even just a simple app for communication. Let your school not be like the school of 1964. Improve. And you see, whatever you do that is good. Parents have a way of trying to brag with you with their friends. So because all those parents, they meet somewhere. Am I right? They're from this school, they meet and they talk. So the way you carry your school and give them, that is the way they will carry it for you when you're not there. So also invest in technology for education. Then number 2, professional development for your staff. Train your staff to be flexible. You are allowed to fail fast, but you should learn what? Faster. Try new things. I mean, now people are talking about, if you have your teachers now, your teachers are probably making more money online than what you are paying them. They do lessons online now. They are teaching. All those guys are jackpot to Canada, jackpot to UK. They know that they are missing something in Nigeria. So they still want your teachers to still teach them online. So your teachers now are making some money online in midnight that you don't know. You can also start like a school too. Allow online classes to happen. I mean, start something. Start somehow. Start small. If it works, continue. If it doesn't work, try something new. What the problem will be is not to try anything at all. Agility doesn't mean you are being frantic. To be frantic means you are nervous or you are naive. It means to have a discipline to change a plan when the evidence tells you to what? To change. Next slide. At this point, it is important for me to say that it's a big audience that we have today. And whatever I've said today some may not apply to you, some may what? Apply to you. But I just hope that something somehow must have applied to everyone. Think about your business, about your school. What from this lesson can you take back home? And very importantly at this point is to let us know that if we still stay in the business of solving problems, we will still be what? Relevant. As long as we are doing what? Solving problems. As a school owner, I tell people think we make money from tuition. If I make more money from school bus services than tuition, do you know why? Should I tell you my secret? Do you know why? Because the rate at which people want to use school bus is so large that I cannot control. So I sometimes use price to chase people away, thereby making more what? More profit. So today, Valencia School, Ibadan, we have about 60 buses. And I think I don't want to have 100 buses. It will not work in Jesus' name. I pray that God will not make it happen in Jesus' name. So I want to cut the what? The interest. So I have to increase the price unnecessarily. So that at the end of the day, people can run away from the bus. And I can have peace of mind. So thereby, I make more money doing that than even the what? Tuition itself. Somebody was telling me one day, said, I want my kids to stay in the hostel from Monday to Friday. Then by weekend, they should go home. I said, no, it's not allowed. If they are in the hostel, they have to be in the hostel. He said, no, I want just hostel for weekday. Weekend, they should be with me. Okay, I said, no problem. It's allowed. But the money is the same thing. He said, yes, I will pay it. And I'm like, why have I been saying that it's not allowed, sis? It's like my head is not even correct. Oh, so you can go home and I will save money on weekends on the food. Those children. So why am I saying it's not allowed? So I was saying tuition, hostel fee is this. I got to most more money. I said if you want money to Friday, it's okay. Everything now is allowed. Everything. So you have to look inwardly and see your venture, see your journey, see your calling to look like you are solving a what? A problem. When you solve problems, you always get paid for that. Before we go, 3 things you should try and always check on. Review your school's motto, not only motto, your vision statement, your mission statement. Are you sure you are still in line at what you promised? Don't let anything move you away. Calculate your numbers. Know your numbers very well. I mean, there's another lesson for maybe another day for numbers. Some of us don't know how to do business. And I'll give you an example. Somebody is doing a business in his mother's house. So you look at the cost of raw materials, cost of everything. He forgets to charge his own cost of labor, of being there. Because his mother's house is free. He forgets to what? Add the cost of rent. Until the mother says, leave my house. That's the end of the business. Because that business plan, that profit cannot sustain for her to have an independent space to do the business. Know your numbers. Then always ensure you work. See, the biggest flex of this journey is to have a team to do your job. And I'll give you an example. Look at Dangote, for example. I mean, I don't know him personally. And I know that he has been very quiet. If not for now, that he's now doing interview on TV and radio now. He used to be quiet. Do you think that man knows about all these crude oil things they're talking about? Even if you know, maybe very, very little. He can't know cement, no fertilizer, no crude oil, no everything. It's not possible. There are some people somewhere who are doing the what? Doing the job. They just use the name Dangote to open the door. But somebody somewhere who is the brain behind each of those sectors. Ensure you hire a good team and always keep them trained. Leadership is not about having all the answers. It's about being prepared to face questions. I should have the next slide as the last slide. Next slide. In summary, lead with vision, understand your market, simplify your words, processes. Why should you not have your school bill online? Why must everybody come to your school to know how much you charge? Why do schools do like that? Why? I know before I give you the bill, you have to buy form first. Why? Me, if I look at you straight, I look at you, see the money, can you pay it? Yes, yeah, let's start. You can't pay it, have a nice day. But you see schools, they make it look like it's a cultic journey. Everything is just coded. Some schools have different school fees for different parents. When you look at it, you see this one is driving Jet 32. He will have money. This is his own bill. I mean, all of things that we hear on the field. Simplify your processes. Be ready to adapt. Remember that the goal is not just to survive the storm, but to build a school that will strive within that storm. Thank you very much for having me on the stage. I appreciate the organizers once again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moraki Goodness, for that enlightening session. And because you doubled your time here, sir, I hope that SKLD doubles your invoice the very next time you do business. Those in support say aye. The ayes have it. The noes can keep quiet. So very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, the desire of my heart is that the rest of our speakers are men and women of few words. So help me God. Yes. Please, we are pressed for time, and I'd like us to just help me adhere to it, because I will also be facing a panel at the end of the event. So I don't want to be queried. Thank you very much. Our very next speaker is the founder, CEO of Chronicle Software Development Company, founded in his final university year on September 27, 2007. The company rose from zero to rank among Nigeria's top 50 emerging businesses, Diamond Bank BET 3 2013, and now boasts over 1.2 million users across 40 countries, aiming to become Africa's finest solution company. A computer science graduate and a pioneer president of the programmers group at the University of Ado-Ekiti, he has over 2 decades of IT experience. Permit me, sir, to abridge your profile. Ladies and gentlemen, this man is the convener of the Confab Annual Youth Conference and is passionate about empowering youths through principles, reading, and vision casting. With several awards and accolades, he's a distinguished gentleman. Please, I'd like us to put our hands together for Mr. Oluwakoyejo Oluwatosin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I'm not usually a dark glass wearing person. So, and I don't know whether it fits me. Does it fit me? So the reason why I asked that question was because I wore these glasses and I went to pick my daughter after they finished the ceremony in the school yesterday. And that was not my first time of going to the school to pick my daughter. So her friends, they know me very well. As I walked into the class and said, "Oh, Special, your dad is here to pick you." And I just saw every one of them coming to meet me to have a handshake. I said, "You all know me." Then one of them looked at my daughter and said, "Hey, Special, your dad is cool because I wore this. Next session, this is my tag to their school all the time." So now I know that I'm cool. But am I looking very cool? All right, thank you very much. So I'll be talking about learning and development in the age of AI. Please get ready for another round of transformation as a country and as an individual. The fourth industrial revolution is a script. And if you're not watching that script, unfortunately, you don't know what's going on. That script was rolled out at the World Economic Forum in 2016. Our then vice president was seated on the podium and part of the delegates at Davos. If you've not listened to any Davos conference, just go to YouTube and just spend your time and just listen. That's where all the global elite and the people that run global corporations set the agenda for everybody to run after. And in 2016, they had laid out that particular form and structure, and everybody started building in. Let me ask a question. When ChatGPT released, when OpenAI released ChatGPT in 2024, it was new to me and you, true and true. How long did it take for Google to release theirs? Almost less than 3 weeks. You know why Google could not release their own? It was going to cannibalize their biggest product, search. So it would take another company to start. But do you know also that it was a white paper that Google engineers wrote down, that the OpenAI team read, and it was that white paper that they used to build ChatGPT? Oh, you don't know. Now you know. Have you seen there's another company called Claude? If you go to, how many of you have used Claude? Are you aware there is only one email that you can use to connect to Claude? Oh, you don't know. What's the name of that email? What's the name of that email? Gmail. So I was telling my wife, she does something for one of these big AI companies. And I said, there's this relationship between Claude and Google that nobody knows. Not until I watched Code Vision documentary 2 days ago. And in their words, they said an incestuous relationship. What am I saying is, whatever the internet gave us, AI is going to give us minimum 30 times. But you know the good side of it for teaching, learning, and for the whole world, everybody is starting at the same level. And that gives me and you an edge because there's no winner right now. Everybody, we are just kicking. But the only people that have an edge are the people that have tons of dollars to build servers and the entire ecosystem. Don't try to do anything new with AI. Learn the skills and enable your current landscape. Because AI will confuse the directionless, but AI will enable those with clarity of vision and with purpose. I thought you were going to clap for that one now. Don't mind me. I actually didn't want you to clap. I just changed the mood. I was looking too serious, as if I've come into the classroom. So we're going to do this. They say it works now. Where's the down? Okay, I just pressed it down. Okay, I should press. Okay. Is it working now? All right. Oh, I don't want it. Okay. All right. Thank you. It's really working now. All right. So, in a few moments, we will just run through this quickly. This is the AI inflection point I just mentioned some couple of hours ago or minutes ago. And we're going to walk through the Nigerian reality check. What's our current reality? Then what's already working? Teachers already use AI. Some schools are already adopting AI. Fantastic. Then AI in daily school life. Where is it going to be looking like? What is it now and what is it going to be looking like? Then what are the risks that we must manage? Now, everything has its own bad side. As beautiful as the internet is, people like you and I didn't go into the internet on time. The church I attend, I don't want to call its name, they had their first website in 2006. And they waited for every other, people with ill intentions to be there. In fact, some set of people said the WW means worldwide witches. So they stood away. Right? So, but before we knew it, and the latecomers, and you saw the damage that had happened. Then we'll now talk about a roadmap for your school, how you want your school to be able to navigate going forward. They said the down is working. I'm trying it. Next, please. Maybe I should face Mr. Tayo before he walks. Okay, so a bit about who I am. My co-founder and I, we started Chronicle Software from our classroom in the university. And we always like to say that story, but not too long story. We started in our classroom, not because we wanted to launch Chronicles from our classroom, but because we couldn't afford the meat pie and the Coke from the eatery where we started. So they chased us out, and the only place nobody would charge us was in our classroom. And that was in 2007, on the 27th of September. This year, we are 19 years. Thank you very much. We reached about 1.5 million students across 2,000 schools, and we are currently in 40 countries. We have a flagship product called the Success Tab. Thank you. That's currently in 11 countries, going in the UK last year. And a couple of schools around the country use it. Next slide. The next product here is Success Box. This was a pet project I was doing in school in 2005. It became the platform for which we launched the company in 2007. That was 20 years before the entire country says they want to go CBT. This was a CBT platform. So when I saw the Minister of Education last year at the sidelines of the Nigerian Governors Forum, and I shared with him what we're trying to do. And right now, this product is free for all SS3 students. Now let's continue. So, thank you. Where we got these awards, not to talk too much, when we helped Lagos State government to translate. Now let's go back to classroom. Next slide. Thank you very much. Yes. But this was very impressive. For me, this was a high mark, where the Bill Gates Foundation reached out to us last year. And for us, it was not the things you do at the corner, the world is watching. And when this organization was coming to do some think tank conversation in Nigeria, one of the companies they reached out to say they want to have a chat with us. For us, that was global recognition. Next slide. Next slide. So, here we are. AI has already entered the classroom. 86% of all students in 16 countries already say they use AI. And between the numbers of 53 and 61% of teachers use AI, that number has grown from 2023 to 2026. The number of hours that it has saved teachers on a weekly basis when they use AI is 6 hours averagely. So if you're a teacher and you have not started engaging AI, then you are going to be extinct. AI will not replace teachers. Maybe not anytime soon. Although I have a prediction of a teacherless class. And I know it's going to happen because we're all experimenting in different ways. Although they tell us that today, machines cannot have empathy. And I'm thinking that's a big lie. Because we have algorithms. People have AI girlfriends right now. And they have empathy. Let's leave that conversation for another day. All right, next slide. So, this is Nigerian classroom reality. I really don't want to talk about out-of-school children. Yes, I don't want to talk about it. I know Adetola, my friend, is here. The reason why I don't want to talk about out-of-school children is because why is it that there's only one set of people that is telling us what that out-of-school children number is? The goal is not about out-of-school children. The question is, are they learning or are they not learning? Our goal is to see how we can get them into learning spaces and provide the platforms for them to learn, whether they're in school or not. That should not be the priority. Because I can tell you for free from where I stand, we'll never have enough classrooms in the next 10 years to get these people into school. So we need to change that phrase, change that narrative, and we need to look at it from a bigger and broader picture. If you can give them a platform, if you can give them a tent, you can put them under the tree and learning happens, then we have done something well. So our current teacher-to-student ratio is 31%, but let's go into what I want to detail in today. Sorry, it's slowing me down. Yes, this is just talking about the internet landscape. Now, if you remember where we're coming from, how many of you remember computer literacy? Those days, if you finish school and you did not do computer literacy, as if that, the people in your village are pursuing you. So when you graduate from school, you have to go and do what they call computer typesetting. You do Microsoft Word, Adobe PageMaker, and all that. How many of you are in that? Thank you very much. Then after you now finish, you now got job. You were working and you have gone to share testimony. And now said before they promote, you have to have digital literacy. How many of you remember those things? Hey, we just part digital literacy. Now, before you settle down and share another testimony, now say you have to go and get AI what? Literacy. So what am I saying is that your quest and your voracious appetite for unending knowledge should not stop. And that's why we are here. Your capacity to learn, unlearn, and relearn is one of the skills that will make you in this particular age and time. So what that means to say is, please and please, AI is here, embrace it, and make the most of all the opportunities you have. And one opportunity you have is one of the things we are doing here today, trying to let you know the reality. I've said something like this in, yeah. Please, can you help me? Thank you. So we already see this policy. Now, whether you like it or not, the government is faster than most schools in the conversation about AI. See what the government has done. They have the national AI strategy already. You have the AI for Education framework running. You have the national AI content repository. Now, the government has gone and has even built its own ChatGPT in which you can deploy to teach different languages in your school. That's what government is doing. Setting, because everything is going to be AI. Now, let's continue. And please, next slide. Please help me. It's faster with you. Now, what AI actually does for students. Now, this is exactly where we are bringing the conversation home. One of the strongest value points for AI is personalized learning. And that will happen real time when the classroom is going on. Now, one of the things we did for our product called Success Box is that we now have an AI engine preloaded in the Success Box. Now, what we are going to do in Success Tab in September, for those of our schools that are using Success Tab, you have a free, robust LLM like ChatGPT, and it runs offline. You don't need internet access to use it. Now, this is how we are trying to use AI with our products. You know, I told you, when you adopt AI, don't try to do a new thing. Try to use AI to enable your space and do it very well. As a school owner, you ask yourself, what do we need to use AI for? And you can start that learning journey with your entire team as a whole. When computers came out, you brought professionals to teach you how to use and master computers. When the data age was coming, you brought in technology to be able to see how to leverage technology in the classroom. Now, AI is here. You need to find and look for experts in this field to have that engagement with you to ensure you can leapfrog effectively. Now, AI can support language. AI can help your students pass by ensuring that it gives them recommendation. So what we're doing next year is we are putting the entire 5-year past questions of all WAEC past questions. We have about 25 years past question bank. And what we are going to tell the AI is to give us a replica of what 2027 WAEC past question will look like. And then give us different sets. And we are going to schedule all our students to take those tests. So if you are using Success Box, Success Box is free for all SS3 students only. And it's on the cloud. It's only schools that work with us. I just saw Madam coming. Thank you very much for supporting what we do, Chrisland Schools. And for schools, every other person, you are paying premium. It's not cheap. It's offline. But if you're in SS3 only, you go online and you use the platform. Now, why we are doing that? Because we find ourselves at a position whereby beyond just providing platform for people to succeed, right, we're going to a place whereby we can now scale this platform to ensure that success becomes, natural to every student, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa. Because that's where we think the legacy will be. Not the other top dollar we're going to charge from another school. Now, so if you find yourself in that school, just go to successbox.ng. This holiday, register your students at that level and begin to engage. Next thing, the 24 study support. For everything you do as a school owner, you ask yourself, how do I begin to use AI more meaningfully? And you begin to see that those approaches begin to come your way. I need to move very fast. Now, teachers, are there teachers in this room? Are there school leaders in this room? Can I see your hands up? Thank you very much. Please and please, there's a starting point to these things, right? From ChatGPT to Claude to Gemini, you can start. And one of the things I teach when I train, because we also train schools, we do masterclass for schools, is you can study anything by just doing 2 different prompts. Take any area where you are struggling. This holiday, when you've done all the schooling, go to ChatGPT and ask to master a particular concept. You don't necessarily need a teacher by your side any longer. You now have all the resources. Oh, I want to know more about maximizing the classroom experience for my students. Now, AI will give you topic. Now, turn this into a 4 weeks, masterclass, or turn this into a 4 weeks intensive course. And you give you the topics. Now, take these topics and begin to break them into prompts. It gives you a study. Map those studies into your Microsoft document, turn into a PDF, then you have just gotten and prepared an ebook for yourself. If you want to go another way, right, for every of those topical prompts, what you do is to lace it with links, lace it with videos, lace it with how-tos, lace it with mentorship, and before you know, you have prepared yourself an interactive manual. And by so doing, you have given yourself the liquid framework for you to build this kind of tools to make you relevant in your day and age. I've not paid 1 naira for AI since AI mass market came out, and I will not. So I'll be teaching schools and school owners how to ensure that you deploy AI responsibly and you're not spending, to your nose to ensure that you can use AIs very, very holistically. Let's continue. Now, AI for school leaders and administration. I see a lot of school owners here as well. What are the places and what are the ways in which I can use AI extensively in my school? In your admission enrollment analytics, something happened in a school I went to engage. They were going to buy my software, and they were going to tell me with precision the number of students that will resume in September. I was having a conversation with them in February and in March. And I was very, very impressed and said, oh, Mr. Koyejo, we are having this conversation with you. Oh, some students are going to resume in September, but this is the numbers we're looking at, not in variables. And you need to get to that point where you have those kind of statistical systems. Something happened when we were engaging in Lagos State in 2021. We built softwares and solutions that power their students to do very well. They got 79% pass rate. Public school students in WAEC. It's never happened before. That was why the government gave us that award. Now, the next year, we had these students taking tests. We were monitoring them as much as we could. Results was going to come out in 3 months' time after WAEC. I went into the office of the Commissioner of Education. And I said, Madam, your results are going to dip by 5%. She wasn't happy to hear that. I see one of the advisors of Madam unseated. I went down to the permanent secretary and said, your result from 79% is going to dip by 5%. They were not happy to hear that. They said, Koyejo, what happened? I said, well, I showed them what I needed to show to them. What are we saying? Those particular, infrastructure you have in your school, technology infrastructure, they throw out what they call data. And your ability to make sense of that data gives you edge in your industry and edge in your day and time. Now, we are not so much in an AI age. We are now in an intelligence age. So the data you carry and the data you gather must provide intelligence, must provide intelligence, and must give you capacity to predict what's going to happen tomorrow. Now, if your data is not doing that, then you're just having fun, just saying you gather data, but those data tells you nothing. So your ability to ensure that those data are giving you the right thing is when you deploy what our first speaker talked about, educational technology software. Thank you. He said I should carry on for another 25 minutes. All right, I have just 3 minutes. I don't go more than that. All right, so, yes, next slide. All right, so this is what happens. Financial planning, data-driven decision-making, parent communication. Yes, you all have all of that. Please, can we go next slide? Thank you. So, adoption without caution is a liability. What's the AI policy for your school? Right? Don't just go over the internet and see that. These holidays, please, if you're a school owner, have a retreat with your school and put all these things into sequence. And if you can get a professional to train you, that would be fantastic. Let's continue. Next slide. Now, academic integrity and critical thinking is important. 95% of college faculties fear students' over-reliance on AI is diminishing their critical thinking. Now, what that means to say that the way you set questions 2 years ago and the way you're going to set questions next year are going to be different. So we are now in an AI age. You now have to start putting questions that AI self will struggle before they answer. Now, let me tell you the dimension in which AI works. AI works, the current AI, which is generative AI, works in a large language model section in which is able to use a condensation of words to be able to predict what's going to happen. So your ability as an educator is to begin to reason out what has not taken place, contextual the current environment, and be able to give real-time questions that even the student will not be able to know how to prompt AI to give him the answer. Am I communicating? That's how questions are going to be set. Because if you just say A for apple, B for baby, and your students prompt that to the AI, they get the answer, and everybody's fine, everybody's coasting. You're going to give your students an assignment that even their parents will be scratching their head trying to help them figure it using AI and Gemini. Whereas you have done your own research, and when they're coming back to you, you know exactly what they're looking for. That's exactly how the AI teachers of tomorrow, or the AI-enabled teachers of tomorrow, need to position themselves going forward. The framework for responsible AI adoption. As a school owner, the first thing you start with policy first. Don't start with adoption. Don't start with looking for what's the best AI tool to use. No. First is what you want to achieve as a school. I said start from where you are and from your core calling. Every school is designed to do one thing. Everything is designed, everybody is designed to use AI for their core why. Not why your friend is using AI, not why the fellow teacher is using AI, or why the other school is using AI. You have to ask yourself, you need to start from the policy. You need to ask from the doctrine of your school. You need to start from the direction to where your school is going to. That if your school is persevering or your school is pivoting, and from that information, you now set a robust policy. Now, from that policy document, you now train your teachers. Now, you now know the direction you want to go. So when you are engaging a consultant for that training process, you're able to sync your hearts together and give him a clear direction on where you are going to. Then after the training, you now begin to plan for the infrastructure. And I can tell you, 80% of what you need to run AI, you already have it in your school. That if your school is already digitally compliant, is when you don't have digital at all, that's when you're going to have a lot of spend with AI. But if you already have servers, you already have good internet in your school, you already have all these things emerging, frankly speaking, you already have 80% of the infrastructure on AI. AI is not so much of a big technology. You have internet in your school, your students already use devices, your teachers have devices, then I think you're good. 8% of that. The next thing is now the knowledge to apply it and use it and domesticate that knowledge. The next thing is to protect data. That is a third-party thing. That's where your ICT teacher sits. And the other one is to keep humans in the loop at all the time. Where you train, you retrain, and you keep training. Next slide. Okay, building teacher capacity, I've said that a lot. The first thing is awareness, hands-on training, guided pilots, school-wide rollout, policy and review. We have only space for 5 schools during these holidays. We do a 12-hour masterclass with school owners and the teachers domesticating the school. Our goal is to do what? Try to create awareness and adoption and mastery as much as possible. Next slide. Let's continue. So, in 90 days, after you put your policy in place, after you put your systems in place, you begin to use this to assess where you go, like a timeline for your rollout, for your adoption as a school. We're trying to make sure that this is not just a talk, but you can take this script, take these slides, go back home, sit down with your team, and see how you can now start the journey in adoption and the use of AI in your school. Next slide as we begin to wrap up. Yes, please. Can you move as we close, please? Is anybody there? Thank you very much. Reliance in motion, schools leading change. AI will reshape Nigerian education, whether schools lead that change or absorb it. The schools that write their own policy, train their own teachers, and set their own pace will be the ones still standing at the forefront of the classroom, not replaced or shaping by it. I want to say thank you very much for having me today. And I hope that this short talk will go on to impact your use of AI, and in the adoption of it. Thank you once again.
Well, permit me to say that now I know why you're wearing the glasses, sir. It's so that you will not see me while prompting you back to back. So maybe when next time coming on stage, I'll also put on the glasses. Thank you so much, sir, for that. And I want to encourage the rest of our speakers to please consider other speakers so that we don't have too many speakers of the assembly in one assembly. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, who I would like to take very quickly, and I would like to apologize to as I abridge your very rich profile. She is a woman with almost 2 decades experience in human resources management, practice and consulting put together. And she's currently the managing consultant for People Plus Consulting, an indigenous HR and strategy consulting firm. She sits on the board of St. Saviour's School, Ibutemeta, and Any Pro Training Academy. She also serves as a mentor to full-time MBAs of Lagos Business School, Wimbies, and Teach for Nigeria. She has a degree in agricultural economics and an MBA from the prestigious Lagos Business School. She is a certified management trainer, NCMD, member of the Chartered Institute for Personal Management, MCIPM, and Society for Human Resources Management, SHRM. This morning, ladies and gentlemen, let's receive Mrs. Tinuke Bosun Okusaga. A round of applause for her. You can do better. Come on, make it loud. Thank you.
All right, I think it's still morning or it's afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to the management of SKLD for this opportunity. And Mr. Dekpetu, I think this summit should be changed to Nigeria Educational Summit. It's beyond supplies. I mean, it's a full bouquet. So please watch out for the next episode. All right, I'd like to say hello to my members of my tribe. I've seen Mr. Adeyeye, Mr. Ogunlade, Prompter Advisory. Nice to see you all here. So I am in the HR strategy space. So I'm going to be using 4 or 5 slides, even though I had 22, but I'm going to be using about 5 slides to drive home my message. And I'm going to be talking about attracting talent, retaining talent, and succession planning. All right. This brings together everything around. I mean, the first week I talked about 3 babies. You have your parents, you have your teachers, you have your students. But the key babies in this context are your teachers, your employees. Because if they don't hold it all together, nothing stands. So this is the session objective. Please move the controller. Please, I'll need you to move very quickly as I say next. Please move. Next slide, please. All right, talent acquisition and retention strategy. How do we ensure that we get the right people in the right job and we also retain them? The first speaker, I'll recall what he said again, that, once I see that you know how to do the job well, I don't want you to go. So what are those tactics we need to deploy as owners of school to ensure that we retain the right hands? Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. So this is a bouquet, what you find in the pot of talent acquisition. What are the things that happen? Your recruitment process, that is where it starts from. Most people from the recruitment process, they will know whether they want to stay in this organization or not. So the experience starts from recruitment. And what are the things you need to put in place to ensure that your hiring process is seamless? All right, from the assessment to the interview room, what are those things that you have put in place to make the candidate comfortable? From the time you even send out the recruitment request, your job advert. A lot of people send out job adverts and it has little or no information. Your job description, every job should have a JD. Because that is what that individual will use to know the scope of the job he's coming to do. So don't have any role in your school without having job description. That is where recruitment starts. Your competencies framework. the competencies required for the job should be in the JD. And so at a glance, as I come into your organization, I can know what my responsibilities are and the skills I need. All right. So within the recruitment space, we are talking about sourcing. How do you source? I mean, you know, hiring teachers, hiring people in the education space is a niche. It's a small niche. So what are the associations they belong to? What are the groups I can leverage on to ensure that, you know, I reach the right people at the right time? Your onboarding process also, what does it look like when they come in within the first 30 days, the next 60 days, the next 90 days? What plans do you have in place to ensure that settling down into the role is seamless? Next slide. Let's move very quickly. So, pillars of strategic talent acquisition. Number one is, you know, building a strong employer brand. When they mention your school, what do people think about? That is what your employer brand is. So that perception also needs to be managed. And the first set of people to build your brand are your current employees. If your current employees are not happy, certainly it diminishes your brand. So very important that, you know, the people that are in your employment currently, they have the best of treatment. You have a platform to listen to them and ensure that they are happy because they are the brand ambassadors. Number two, your selection process to ensure that the person fits the job. All right, recruitment shouldn't be done as a tick, you know, something you just tick off. Let it be competency based. I'll go back to what I said earlier on having job descriptions, highlighting the competence. So when you are asking questions during the interview, they should speak to the competencies you are assessing, not random questions. What do you like to do? It's good to ask strengths and weaknesses, but at the end of the day, that's not what I need you to do on the job. I need to know whether you have those key competencies. So your questions, you know, should be framed around competencies required for the job. And of course, from time to time, your attrition level. I mean, there's a standard practice in the industry that annual attrition should not exceed 7%, 8%, depending on what. So from time, you need to check how many people are leaving and why are they leaving. Next slide, please. All right, so you can adopt any of this strategy when it comes to attracting talent. Do you want to build? Do you want to bridge? Do you want to buy? Do you want to borrow? As somebody in the talent, you know, development space, I will always tell people that first one, which is building talent, is the most sustainable one. But depending on the need of the business, you may need to switch around any of these four at different times. But the default would be to build. That is where you see a lot of people investing in graduate training program. You know, they bring them in, you know, from zero experience and they build them till they get that to the leadership position. You can have a need to buy very quickly. There's a strategic role open and there's nobody in-house, you know, to fill it in. You may need to buy. You may also need to borrow. You may need to engage a consultant to come in for a period of time to get the work done. So depending on the strategy you want to fulfill at any point in time, you may need to adopt any of this. Next slide very quickly. So your onboarding process. Please, it's important you have a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day plan when people join your organization. It should not just be, comes in today and then you throw him into the pool to sink or swim. Your employer brand, employer experience starts from there. Within the first 30 days, everything around your culture, everything about your product and your client, everything about, you know, getting to know how we do things around here should be discussed. The next 60 days, what are the issues you've identified? What are the challenges you are encountering on getting the job done? You know, getting regular feedback from the person within the first 60 days. And after that 90 days, the person, you know, what we have brought in you here to do, you should be able to do it. We've provided you all the support. And then we can do an assessment. Most of us have probational assessment. After that, we can assess whether you should be confirmed or not. Next slide very quickly. So in retention, it's very important that we are proactive about retaining talent. And how do we do this? A lot of us know about exit interview, but few people know about stay interviews. So infuse stay interviews into your talent management strategy. That means I shouldn't wait until you've resigned and not start asking you, oh, why are you leaving now? And the person says, oh, because my salary hasn't been increased in the last 5 years, or there was a position I think I should have been moved to, but somebody else was brought in. Then I always tell people, oh, if you resign and they call you back and say, that thing you said you want, we will now give it to you, withhold your resignation, don't answer. Don't mind them. If you couldn't fix it before I decided to resign, it's going to happen again. All right? So as business owners, if you stay interviews, if you see talent, engage them from time to time. You know, why do you like working here? You know, what would make you think of staying here for another 5, 10 years? Stay interview instead of exit interview. And of course, employer engagement survey. This is something you should do minimum annually. You know, getting the pulse of your workforce, hearing from them what is working, what is not working. I mean, I'm consulting for an organization right now, and if you see the myriad of responses people are saying about the business that probably they wouldn't have had, you know, the guts to tell manager, but these things are deeply eating into the business. So you need to give your workforce opportunity to speak up through surveys, through focus group meetings, through town hall meetings. These are very important. And of course, within your system, look for those people who are high up there, who understand the business, match them to the younger ones. Let there be a form of mentoring and coaching. That also helps to sustain talent. And that is one thing, you know, that PwC does very well. When you come in, they get a coach that will work very closely with you and hold you through the process. That has a role to play in retaining strategy, in retaining talent. Let's move on. Next slide very quickly. I mean, this is just to break down, you know, breaking it down into details, what you need to do when it comes to retention, your hiring process, development of your line managers. People say, people don't leave companies, they leave managers. If your, line managers are not trained, if they are not developed, that's the first pain point for any employee that comes into the organization. And of course, career management framework. I see this come up a lot of times. I don't know what the plan is for me in this organization. If I stay here for another 5 years, where will it take me to? A lot of people don't have a career management framework in place. So it's just by chance. What does promotion look like? What does salary increase look like? At what point? All those information are coded. That is why you have employee handbook. A career plan should be in your employee handbook. So as I come in, I know I come in as a supervisor today. In another 2 years, is assistant manager. Another 3 years, that ladder, should be visible. That is a very big way for you to retain talent. Next slide. Very quickly, next slide. Technical. A compelling, please go back one step. One step, please go back. A compelling employee value proposition. If you notice multinationals, when they are advertising, when there's a vacancy, the first 2 paragraphs, they are telling you amazing things about the company. Before they go into, this is the job, this is responsibility, they will first give you stories. We are an inclusive environment. We provide opportunities. You'll be wondering that, okay, what's next? But other people, you just see, bam. 5 years experience, roles and responsibility. Some will not even mention whether there's a salary or any benefit. That is where your EVP starts. They are luring you in. They are selling the brand. Because this age we are, it's not only the employer's market, it's also the employee market. So you need to portray your brand in a way that is alluring. All right, a healthy culture. What underlines an healthy culture is ability to speak up. Where people cannot speak up, you are going to have a toxic work environment. And of course, training. We all know the impact of training. People have been in your organization 2, 3, 4 years, no training plan, no developmental plan, and you expect them to stay. They are going to look for the next available person. Next slide, please. All right, fair compensation. From year to year, do a compensation benchmarking. I mean, most times, I'm telling you that I'm doing a consultancy exercise currently. Part of what the employees are saying, I've been here for years, then they hire somebody, and the person that comes is now earning times 2 of my salary, and we are doing the same job. We're on the same grade level. what that is telling you is that that salary is no longer what the market pays. So you bring in that person, and the person stays with the old staff. The old staff becomes disgruntled. The old staff frustrates the new staff, and that one leaves very quickly. You see the ripple effect. So from time to time, do a benchmark, especially when you see that each time you bring people in, you have to pay times 2 or more of what current employees are earning. That means your current pay structure requires a revamp. And of course, recognition program, when people do the work, when people don't wait for promotion time, instant gratification, a recognition plan. You know, people who demonstrate our core values, we all have core values. People who behave right, behave well, recognize them instantly. All right, let's move on to succession planning, which is the last. At the end of it all, sustainability of the business is key. Who is that one individual that is ready to assume higher responsibilities? You must have a plan in place to identify this. And how do you do this? Please, let's move to the next slide. What are your critical roles? Most of us, we just know we have positions. What are those roles that are critical to the business? What is the bench strength for those roles? If anybody leaves on that critical line, who can step in? Do we have a bench? Do we have people waiting who can assume that role? If no, what do we need to do? Let's move to the next slide, which gives a little bit more information about how we get that done. Next slide. Technical. All right, this is just a data to show why you need succession planning. Most information, 8% is in paper. 13% electronic databases. Email, 13% electronic doc in people's brains. That is where it lies. So, if you say, I will hire somebody else, if you leave, it's better, you do something to retain and find that successor who has been in the business for some time. 51% of knowledge is in human brains. Next slide. All right, so this is the model to follow in ensuring that you have the right talent to take on those leadership positions. First of all is development. I will use this company that I'm consulting for again. A guy decided to resign, and they said he's a very talented guy. Why did he leave? He has been here for a while. And the guy said, they brought in another person to oversee my role, and I've been in the company for 9 years. And I had to engage the CEO. Why didn't you move this person to that role? Why did you get somebody from outside? He said, he's good technically, but he doesn't have executive presence. He can't engage external stakeholders. And I said, MD, but you could have closed that gap now. You could have trained and developed talent development. So to prepare your successor, you need to invest. Training, challenging assignments, stretch assignments. I worked in Lagos Business School for almost 9 years. That is where LDP, Management Development Programs, is always a seller in LBS because people constantly want the next person to be ready for that job. Expose the person to best practices. From there, identification process. How do I now identify I have developed? Who is ready? How do I ensure that I get the right person? You may need to engage a consultant here, but if not, if you can, you already have your assessment tools, your performance appraisal, you have appraisal in your organization, you have different assessment tools that you can use that to identify who should step in after you've trained all of them. And of course, another way of assessing is 360-degree assessment. Across the organization, get feedback about this individual. The people that report to him, his peers, the people he reports to, let them give you an assessment. Let them give you feedback about his personality. Coaching, high potential and visibility of business. Let him expose him to assessment centers, expose him to new learnings, expose him to new teachings. And from there, you can identify, is this person ready or not? Ensure that there's a diverse pool. So that it's not just one person, all right? Expand the pool so that when you're selecting, you can know you're selecting the best from the pool. I think the next slide, which is the last slide. And at the end of it all, linking your vision to your HR strategy. At the top of the house is the vision of the school, the vision of the business. The pillars that support it are the people. And the people you need to attract, you need to onboard, you need to train, you need to retain and manage exits even if they have to leave. Putting all of this together gives you a good footing in terms of managing, retaining talent, and ensuring the sustainability of your business. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure engaging and interacting. MC, what are you going to give me? I manage time well, right?
Please, a round of applause for her, first of all. And Ma, with due respect, I'd like to have your account number, Ma, and I'll delete it immediately you send it to me because there's really nothing I want to. So, we are still at the Nigeria Educational Supply Summit, renamed by our last speaker as the Nigeria Educational Summit, just because of how robust it has been. You know, amazing conversations and sessions, more than we bargained for. And those who think the next edition should be Nigeria Education Supplies, can I see your hands up? Let's not limit. I mean, Nigeria Education Summit instead of Supply Summit. Oh, beautiful. So we know what to look forward to next time. We have a round of applause. Can we appreciate SKLD, ladies and gentlemen? Now, with the theme Resilience in Motion, Schools Leading Change, I think we have curated the right audience for this event. And at this point, we'll be going on a very short break. We have a special delegation arriving in our midst, but I'll tell you more about that after the break. I discovered that some of us have been a little uptight because the AC has taken you to another level. The way you are now, if you get home, you just stand in your living room, everywhere will become cold. Yes, you have become an air conditioner yourself. So I think the break is very needed. And during this break, it's a tea break, first of all. So let's really take tea. You will need it to generate heat from within. All right, so let's liken this to our children in school going on short break. You know, so just that there's nobody that will be playing ball or running around. This is the time to network, engage people, and engage our exhibitors. And this break is powered by our headline sponsors, Lotus Bank. Please, a round of applause for them, as well as Canon, Casio, Success Tab. And so this break is supposed to be 5 minutes, but the CEO just added another 3 minutes. So it's now 8 minutes. So please, in 8 minutes, I want us to go and reconvene without me having to call all our names one by one. I have everybody's names so that I don't call it in noisemaker mode. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience so far. There is still a lot more ahead to look forward to. There are still a lot of stuff coming your way. DJ, please. Let's go.
Okay.
So we call this
Oh my God.
let's start. Yeah.
Tea break is over, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get back to our seats right now? Tea break is over. Please, let's all get back to our seats. Let's begin to assemble, ladies and gentlemen. Please, if you're already seated and you know someone who is outside, kindly call them. Let's all resume our seats. I humbly request that we all gather inside and take our seats within the next 30 seconds so we can proceed with this event. Thank you. You. Please, can we shut down at the welfare unit outside? Can we shut down so that people can get back inside? Thank you very much. We're going to count down from 10 to 0, and whoever is not on seat by the time we get to 0, still standing. Let's take our seats so that we proceed. We have distinguished dignitaries that are really pressed for time. Please, let's get together and get in. Thank you. Distinguished educators and suppliers of educational items, please, let's resume our seats. Our special guests are seated and waiting. We have people who have less than 30 seconds to resume sessions. Please, as we are getting seated, I'd like to acknowledge the following people. We also have Mustafa Suberu from Aska Finance. That's our managing director and our founder. We have the founder and managing director of Vail Finance in the house. That's Shola Denyinka. We also have Mrs. Pedro Taiwo, the personal assistant to the Honorable Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education, Lagos State. We have Mr. Michael Orokunle, a distinguished ICT officer with the Lagos State government. We also have Mrs. Oindamola Martins, all the way from Enugu State, an ICT officer with the government. We have the founder of Street to School in our midst. Please, let's all get seated. Protocol officers, kindly help us restore order and ensure that everyone is seated. Thank you so much for your response, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you. Can we have the few of us left take our seats? And please, can all exhibitors shut down for a moment so that we can resume sessions? Thank you. Please, media practitioners, kindly help us sort people out, those who are outside, so they can get in as we proceed. Thank you for your responses, ladies and gentlemen. We are still waiting for you all. Thank you so much. Let's make this as quick as possible. We don't have time on our hands. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll be resuming in 10 seconds now. And we don't want anyone moving around. You keep the noise down. Thank you. Exhibitors, please keep the noise down, both to my left and to my right. Exhibitors, please keep the noise down. Thank you. Please, I'd love to be notified as soon as the delegation from Enugu State have taken their seats. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, Lagos State, Mrs. Bisola Dokumu Adegbite, who is ably represented by a director at the Educational Resource Center, Mr. Dare Omodon. Is Mr. Dare, is she with us? Okay, she's been represented by a director also. So while I await other dignitaries who will take their seats, especially our delegation from Enugu State, I'd like to proceed with the very next speaker. I want to first of all sincerely extend my apologies to her and appreciate her for her patience. We wanted to save the best for the last. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is here in multiple capacity. You know, she's not just here as an education policy strategist and social innovator. She's as I proceed to introduce her to us, she is an education policy strategist and social innovator, integrating STEM into Africa's education systems to advance sustainable development, supporting SDGs 4, 5, 8, and 9. She serves as special advisor to the Honorable Minister of Education on STEM and corporate sector. And she founded Earlier Development Initiative, formerly Charisma for You, advancing equitable STEM education for girls and underserved communities. She holds a doctorate in curriculum instruction and science of learning from SUNY Buffalo, 2 masters from Syracuse University, and a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Fordham, and is an amazing books. All of this are no applause. I'm surprised, and I'm wondering if you can hear me at all. She has written 12 books on STEM education and received the Ambassador of STEM Award, Africa, Award for Excellence, and LAI Research Excellence Award. She continues shaping equitable, innovative education policy across Nigeria and Africa with measurable impact on human capital development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst, and with all sense of privilege and honor, I'd like us to welcome Dr. Adetola A. Salau, Dublin as a speaker and a representative of the Honorable Minister for Education. Please, a round of applause. Make it big one more time. Thank you for your patience, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. When I was listening to, it took me to places, and I started remembering the journey, all the work that we've done. And I also remembered how I met Auntie, the founder and former CEO of SKLD, and I said, my God, what change? I engineer change. I don't wait for it. In one of the schools that I worked with, when I used to consult with schools, going around, also doing advocacy work, I've gone around Nigeria. I've gone to Kano State, going to be. So one of the schools where I worked with, we had an engineering, I like to call them challenge. I don't like calling them problem. And there was this young student, young boy. Overseas, we call it summer vacation. We gave them a challenge where they were to build a bridge using everyday materials, things that you see around the house. I started arguing about the designs. And for the first time, what they call trouble turned into leadership. He started telling them, let's do this, let's do this, let's do like this. And they started listening to him. They are improvised teachers, their heads too. Because from that moment, he became the one that teachers started calling when they needed to set up equipment, when they needed to explain concepts to their peers. I watched him shift from being a quote-unquote problem student to being a problem solver. It confirmed what I'd always believed as an saying, Dr. Salau, Madam, it is easy for you to say that, but where is the money? There is no money. So today, I am here to talk about the money. That's my job. Why is this important? I mean, money is the cocoa, like we like to say. Nigeria's federal allocation for 2026 is roughly 6.1% of the national budget. It is still below the 15 to 20% benchmark that UNESCO and the World Bank have long called for. Yet, I like to try to see the glass half full, okay? I'm one of those people. The 2025 allocation of 3.52 trillion was the largest that we've ever had in this nation's history. Let me repeat that again, because we like to focus a lot about the negative. I also want us to hear positives too. In 2025, 3.52 trillion naira was set aside. It actually should have come first, because I'm from the ministry. You all want to hear what I have to say. Like, guys, tell us, what do you have for us? What are your plans? I can hear you, yes. The funding gap is real. It's very real. Nobody's denying that. Look at what I said. We're at 6.1%. UNESCO, the World Bank are asking us to have 15 to 20%. So there's a huge gap. Even in nations where they are really close to that percentage, they're still having issues. There is a lot that we're actually doing at the ministry. Sorry. As we like to say in Nigeria, I have to sell markets. There is a lot we're actually doing in the ministry that a lot of people don't know about. And you're going to be hearing more about those kind of programs that we're doing. So when you're asking, where is that money, that 3.52 trillion naira going to? A lot of it are those programs. One of the programs, again, I'm deviating. I'm still going to come back to my message. One of the programs that we're doing, I don't know how many of us are aware about a TVET program that we're doing, where we're equipping our young people. Please go online and research and Google. I want you to go back online to go look for them. They're all under what we call the NESS agenda. I'm going to spell that out because I'm a teacher. We have to also make sure that everything is detailed. NESS is NESRI. That is the National Education Sector Renewal Initiative, which was launched under Minister Dr. Tunji Alausa. And one of the pillars, the 6 pillars, is actually STEM. I'm not sure if we're aware of how much work TET Fund is doing under that agenda. We're building 6 zonal multi-purpose laboratories. One of them, Kano, is already being built right now. And one of the biggest things that I want to mention, and I'm hoping that we'll all learn from, is somebody mentioned Alaji over here, Dangote. I'm not sure how many of us know that he has pledged, committed. Even in the West, I don't think I've heard anyone who has been as ambitious as what Alaji is doing. He has committed 1 trillion naira over the next 10 years, which is roughly 30% of that budget that I just mentioned. And in that money that he has pledged, he's prioritizing STEM. I was sitting at that meeting, prioritizing STEM, girls' education, and teachers' training. Thank you. I was waiting like, come on. We need to encourage him. We need more billionaires to do that kind of work. Also, our ministry has partnered with Amazon's Web Services to build cloud computing and machine learning capacity. So you see, money is moving. There are frameworks, but position your schools to receive them. And that's what, like I said, I want us to leverage on. Then, let me also speak to you specifically too. One of the things I learned when I was a teacher was you do not always wait for a laboratory. You can use what you have right there immediately. If you have a microscope, why not just set up a space and call it a lab? Nigerian innovators and STEM hubs are already using and building low-cost, locally fabricated science kits from recycled materials. And then when we come into connectivity, utilizing open-sourced, low-bandwidth digital learning tools can also help us. Another thing that I also have to mention is power. Power, as we all know, is very important, because a lot of our STEM equipment is unusable without power. So even a small single classroom solar kit can make a huge difference. And then pairing and creating partnerships with telecoms or private sector partnerships for shared mobile internet hubs, that will also help your schools. I also want us to look into redirecting the budgets that we have. Look at what you have and see how you can also realign them. The biggest thing that I want us to really think about over and over and over, and I'm going to keep on ringing that bell over and over, is build partnerships. Do not just wait for government alone. I mentioned the STEM program and the teacher training program from Dangote. How can your school connect to that? I also mentioned our partnership at the federal ministry with the Amazon Web Services. How can your school also be a part of that? Another lesson I've also learned from my own work in private practice is also partnering with NGOs and STEM-focused social enterprises for after-school clubs and mentorships. Beyond that, for us to really drive the major critical impact in STEM, is for us to invest in people. And when I say people, these are not just people. I like to call them my most valuable players. For all of us that are football fans, I'm sure you all know what I mean. Our most valuable players, who are our teachers. Investing in teacher capacity beyond equipment, it is a major driver in a lot of the work we're doing in education. You can have a fantastic computer lab, but if you don't have teachers who are trained, forget it. So prioritizing teacher upskilling is very, very key. And another thing that I've learned too in doing this work is, please, principals, find that one teacher that is very, very driven about innovation, about skills for your students, and encourage that teacher, support that teacher, so that that teacher can also cascade, or how do we like to call it, step it down to the other teachers. Please do that. And then, people who heard me during the lunch break, what do you call it, tea break, will tell you that I was telling them about how passionate I am about girls in STEM. I am very passionate about girls in STEM because he forgot to mention when he was mentioning my profile that my 2 master's degrees are in engineering. One is in chemical engineering. Guys, you better clap. That thing was hard. Very, very hard. One of them is in chemical engineering, and the other one is in engineering management. So it's a lot of work. And I'm very, very, very driven about us creating more female scientists, more female innovators, more female engineers, more women. And unfortunately, our share of women in STEM graduates has stayed stagnant at 35%. 35%. That is not good. I would like us to get to 50 and eventually get to 70 and 80%. And one of the ways we can do that is by making our girl-child participation in STEM a priority. I need us to have more mentors coming into schools to speak to our girls. I need us to have, when we're having classes, for us to call our girls more and encourage them more. That made a difference for me. A lot of these things I'm saying, I'm not just saying them because it sounds good. I'm actually saying them because I've actually carried out this work. When I was in Lagos State, when I was in Kwara State, and now at Abuja, I'm also trying to make sure that we continue to drive this. So in closing, I want us to go from policy to practice. It is not a distant ambition. It is a choice that we're going to make as we're leaving this room. A choice to see possibilities, not limitation. A choice to build with what we have while we prepare for what we need. Because the future of Nigeria will not be shaped by perfectly funded plans. We can't keep waiting for things to be perfect. But it will be shaped by us taking bold, practical steps. Every time we're choosing to integrate problem solving into lessons, we're making a difference. Every time we empower teachers to try something new, we're making a difference. Every time we choose to direct, even if it's a small part of our budget, to innovation, we're making a difference. I want us to remember that we're not just running schools, we're actually building futures. Thank you. I know, I'm still going to talk about money because everybody, that's what we want to hear. Before I leave, I'm still going to talk about money. And you're not going to like what I have to say, but I'm going to say it. Yes, we need more money, but it's beyond needing more money. We need to start where we are right now. What do we have? We need to work with what we have. We do not need to wait for everything to be in place. Let us start with one class in each of our schools and then scale up from that. And then we keep building and we keep refining. Years from now, when we're talking about the transformation of education in Nigeria, it will not be about what we have hoped to do. It will be about what did we have the courage to create. So I want to leave us all with one question. When our students step into the world, Would they remember a system that prepared them or one that delayed their potential? The answer will begin right now. Right now, right now, right now. Let us build deliberately, courageously, and together. Thank you.
I think for an icon, a beacon of hope, an inspiration to every girl child, I think this applause seems a little. At least women in the room, can you support women this time? Wow. For the first time, I really wish that I'm a woman. But for the first time, I wish that. But I'm the father of girls, so I'm happy. And now I know that the future is not just bright but beautiful for the girl child. Once again, a round of applause for the wonderful session we had with our speaker. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in case you are here and you do not have a Lotus Bank account, I want to let you know that it's free, seamless, and easy from the comfort of your space where you are seated. You can log in, you can be on board straight up. And there is something I discovered, that children whose school fees are paid from Lotus Bank often excel more. No, you can Google it. I'm just saying. And I've discovered that when you use Lotus Bank accounts for proof of fund, they approve your visa faster. I'm not saying anything like, but if you really want fast processes in life, I think you should get yourself a Lotus Bank account. Just saying in person. So I'm surer than you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed, we just received our esteemed delegation all the way from the land of wisdom, all the way from Enugu State. And this afternoon, it's with great pleasure that I introduce to you a globally acclaimed West African Atlantic historian, award-winning author with a prominent global academic profile. He's an associate professor of history and global gender studies at the University at Buffalo, SUNY, with fellowships by the Harvard Radcliffe Institute and the American Council of Learned Societies. Under his leadership, ladies and gentlemen, Enugu State is positioned as a national model for foundational learning. And as a man, he looks like a model and a role model. Handsome and dapper, ladies and gentlemen, he is no other person but the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Enugu State, Professor Ndubweze L. Mba. Can we put our hands together for him as he comes up? And I'd like to just very quickly recognize Dr. Obinna Moore, the Senior Special Assistant to Enugu State Government, and also Mr. Aram Sopuluchuku, Special Assistant to Enugu State Government, and also an esteemed ICT officer from Enugu State, Mrs. Onyidamola Martins. Can we put our hands together for our entire Enugu State contingent as I welcome the Honorable Commissioner to the microphone to take a speech.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having us here. Do we have the presentation queued up? Can we pull it up? So I'm going to just start with a brief context setting while they pull up the visuals. I'm here to explain the collaborative effort happening in Enugu State to enable the actualization of the vision of an individual, the vision of His Excellency, Dr. Peter Ndubuisimba, the Executive Governor of Enugu State. That vision of an economic leapfrog for Enugu State within an 8-year period was predicated, first and foremost, on transforming the entire education system. Economic development became redefined as predicated on building world-class educational systems rooted in the wisdom of our own ancestors, the wisdom of an old curriculum, an apprenticeship-based curriculum. Oraka is what we call it in the Igbo language. And in adapting Oraka skills, entrepreneurship, the drive to solve existential problems and anticipate solutions and innovation for future problems, we developed what we call the experiential learning system of education. It is one that understands that at a fundamental level, the myriad problems that we have, and I don't want to preach to the choir because the experts are here. So I'm just going to name them briefly. Foundational learning, quality of learning access for children in schools, the gap in digital literacy and the skills gap, right? So we are familiar with this. The fact that we have a lot of graduates with certificates but no jobs, and we're waiting for the jobs to be created. To solve these problems and achieve the economic development vision, ensure that in the process that the education reform is inclusive, gender inclusive, class inclusive, disability inclusive, that the reform is sustainable, which requires the dedication of 33% of the entire budget of Enugu State, specifically to education, not in 1 year, but in successive years. And the institutionalization of this budget dedication for years to come. It requires strategic partnerships and collaboration. It requires what we call an ecosystem approach. And it is that ecosystem approach in practice, as Enugu State has modeled it, that I would like to share with you today. Do we have the slides up? So the ecosystem approach I will present to you is focused on the foremost education transformation project happening in Enugu State, and that is the Enugu Smart Green Schools project. I'm presenting it today as a case study of an ecosystem design thinking. That ecosystem design requires critical partnerships. It means that the infrastructure of these schools are developed with global best practices but with local expertise. That you create, first of all, you privilege your local contractors, supply chain, and that you invest in the infrastructure to make logistics and infrastructure to optimize service delivery, to meet the window of building not one, but 267 smart green schools across Enugu State, one in every political ward across the 17 local government areas. And to do that in a timely fashion, not because you want to score a political point, but you want to ensure access to every child, whether they're in the urban area or rural area. Access ensured by energy that is clean and renewable and reliable, and that is solar energy. Access that is optimized by internet connectivity, whether you're in the rural area or urban area, by combining satellite internet with local internet supply, routers, access points, and make sure that no matter where every child is, they have access to the same standardized instruction and tuition. The same, because you are investing in the system to make it so. You want to make sure that when we say universal, free, basic education, that it is indeed universal, free, and how do you do that? You provide the school uniforms, not for 1, not for 200, but for 1,050 learners in every smart green school. That is 1,050 multiplied by 267. 2 pairs of school uniforms. So, just a minute, I'll tell you when to advance. It means that you begin to develop a plan to feed these children a meal, a nutritious meal, every school day. How do you do it? You start with a pilot, which we did for 2 years. How do you do this at scale? You want to feed every child with 400 naira. It seems impossible, but it is. You set up a smart farm. You set up poultry, fish ponds, and you build a 1-hectare smart farm that is integrated and optimized. And because our smart green schools begin with early childhood education of 3 years, 6 years of basic 1 to 6, and 3 years of basic 7 to 9, that's just 1 to 3. You have children in the age range where they can do minimal things as part of their experiential learning and project-based learning, but you have professionals manage the farm. And we're able to feed 1,150 children for 2 years every day of school day at 400 naira subsidized from the Smart Farm project. And now you have to scale that. You also need to build a whole lot of, leverage technology and build the digital infrastructure for this. I wanted to highlight all of these things because when you look at our smart green school, every smart green school has these features: a solar power system, an internet system, smart classrooms with smart boards, multimedia hybrid library, the ICT lab, a well-equipped science laboratory. I beat my chest and say that the science laboratories in our smart green schools compete with science laboratories in many tertiary institutions in Nigeria. And I'm going on record to say that. Our innovation studio and maker spaces have 3 components: the ICT and robotics, mechatronics and AI, and the digital creativity and multimedia. And there is nothing like this in West Africa. And it is being established in every smart green school. We have a digitalized education management system that gives us a line of sight into every classroom, into teacher attendance, student continuous assessment records. I can tell you how many teachers are in every operationalized smart green school right now because we worked with a partner, Edvest Nigeria Limited, to create our NESS system, and it is working optimally, and we keep onboarding campuses to it. We have a health clinic in every smart green school manned by a certified nurse. We have a refectory where the children eat their meals in succession. A sports complex, the smart farm I've mentioned, and we're starting to set up teachers' quarters next to the smart green schools because we have a big state. Sometimes you want robotic teachers that are in Nsukka, but you want to make sure that they are not concentrated in one place. So when you post them, you provide accommodation for them with solar light, solar-powered internet, and make it conducive and attractive. For me, the most important message I want to pass on today, before I just quickly go through this, because what I'm presenting is sort of an evidence showcase of what we're doing. But nothing we have done has been possible without strategic partnerships and collaboration. I understand that this is an education supply summit. And the question I want to put to us is, what should be the ideal partnership model between education supply, tech, industry sector, and the education sector? What is the model of partnership that ensures sustainable development? In Enugu State, we opted for a simple rule. If we're going to partner, there must be a direct linkage to the education curriculum and to skill development locally. A simple rule of thumb. And what I'm going to show you are examples of how we've done that with different projects. Next slide, please. So experiential learning, you hear it a lot. It has a simple framework. So we want to make sure that children are prepared before they enter the classroom, that every classroom activity gives them an opportunity for engagement in some project that they do, no matter how small. We just insist that that project must be connected to at least one sustainable development goal. There must be an opportunity provided during the process of tuition for the student to add value and original thought or creativity to that innovation project. Students and teachers must reflect on the work they have done and leverage on the skills they've acquired before they go into the next unit or subject. It seems complex. It is very simple. Every teacher in the Enugu Smart Green School uses this framework to design their lesson plan. And we have a library of experiential learning projects that works with all different subjects at different grade levels that students can do. It is not, you can invite us and we're happy to train your teachers for you. Next, please. So this is our smart farm, right at the pilot school. That's the poultry. We were producing so much eggs that children were eating at least every child 1 egg a day. And we still had enough eggs for the management of that farm to sell and pay themselves. Okay? And that is the greenhouse. So ideally, you want to have at least 3 greenhouses for fresh vegetables. And then the water from the fish pond fertilizes the greenhouse. Okay? And then the chicken feces is also adapted for feeding the fish. And so you have an eco... So next one, please. So I really appreciated when the essay to the Honorable Minister emphasized the people, the human infrastructure, the teachers. We do not joke with our teachers. When we started, the governor directed that we should recruit the best minds in Enugu State, whether they were originally trained as teachers or not, for critical subject areas, robotics, mechatronics, AI, STEAM. We did, and we identified 4,400 of these after a rigorous recruitment exercise. This began 2 years ago. And the top 1% were then selected out of that best pool and trained as experiential learning innovators. We worked with Kizazi Foundation, Rhoda is here with Oba, for our foundational learning improvement program. And they worked with these innovators, and maybe you can talk to them about the quality of teachers that emerged out of that process. And His Excellency has now officially approved the recruitment of an additional at least 4,000 young teachers for our basic education system. And these are teachers who go through 5 stages of professional development, beginning with an online experiential learning institute, which we've developed with the support and partnership of UNESCO. And after that, they go through a campus boot camp, where for 2 intensive weeks, they put into practice what they have learned and begin to develop. Everything we teach them, your lesson plan, developing Pell projects, assessment, they learn that in practice for 2 intensive weeks. And then they begin to put it into practice, and we begin to coach them, because in every Smart Green Schools, we have mentor coaches and we have experiential learning mentors. We have 2 directors of experiential learning coordinating them. And then they become what we call experiential learning innovators. And through their work, over 2 years, they graduate to become experiential learning mentors. So you have a system of teacher professional development that is free training, incentive-driven, and it determines your promotion and salary increment. And it is aligned with the Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria Career Pathway. Next. So what does this ecosystem look like? What the next series of images I'm going to show you are AI-generated images. They are AI-generated because I'm trying to visualize for you right now what you're going to see in Enugu State by January 2027 at the Center for Experiential Learning and Innovation, which is the center that is basically the heartbeat and brain box for everything that I've described, that generates, through research, grants, strategic partnerships, the curriculum, and systemic design that enables this to happen. Every element of the Enugu Smart Green School curriculum is being designed and developed from this center. So the center is basically a series of studios where we develop lesson content and projects that will now be implemented by teachers in the Smart Green School. So I'm just going to go through them quickly. And this is what the Center for Experiential Learning and Innovation, CELI, does, because it uses this strategy to now catalyze the economic development that we talked about through skills. So let's just go through this quickly, please. Next. That's what the center, it is constructed. The windows are being put in right now, and we're doing the interior work. I inspected it myself 2 days ago. Next. Next. So this is what the typical teacher innovation classroom looks like. Okay? Next. Next, please. We have to be fast for this section. And this is the AI and Robotics Design Studio at the center. Next. The Coding and Software Studio. Next. This is the Digital Fabrication Zone. This is where people who manage the innovation studios of the Smart Green Schools are being trained. Next. So, smart farming, eco-restoration, this is critical for us. This is hydroponics, seedling research, because we want to use the best plant species. The bananas we have in Owo, Smart Green School pilot, produce multiple times in a year. The fruit. So we want to get the best seedlings because we want to do this at scale. Even in schools in the urban, they need a smart farm that can optimize at scale. Next. So this is the Venture Capitalist Studio. You see, the subheadings are not there, but I know them because I designed them, okay? This is the venture capitalist studio. You're a young person, you have a good idea, you think it can be patented, and you want the state government to support you. You come to this incubation hub, work with our SME collaborators, and we identify partners who will make your idea become real and make it investable. Next. So this is our Future Literacy and Foresight Lab, which is anticipating His Excellency, the Bola Ahmed Tinubu's Foresight and Future Literacy Lab, and Enugu State will be ready. When the federal government is ready, we are ready, because we started that work. Next. And this is the Selling Media Studio. How do you standardize curriculum delivery? We want to bring our best teachers to this studio. They will produce content, and we'll stream them from every smart board in every classroom across the state. So that is, what I just showed you was inspired by what we already did. So now let me show you what we already did. I know it's taking time. I'm going to round off quickly. Next, so this is the integration. This has been built. This is the Smart Technical and Vocational Education and Training College. And it was commissioned by Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu. And it is fully operationalized. 500 girls in TVET and 500 boys in TVET with their hostels. And this is their school. So next, it's powered by solar. This is our actual classrooms at our TVET college. This is not AI. These are pictures we took ourselves. So that is the solar assembly classroom, robotics, AI, renewable energy. That's a few sample pictures of what that, and it is powered by solar. Next. This is precision welding. Without wasting so much welding material to teach students, because they can make mistakes, we want them to use digital welding training until they gain expertise. And then they can now use the real thing. Okay? Next. Next slide, please. So this is our fashion, hospitality, and social welfare services. So we train our students, both boys and girls, in fashion and design, in hospitality and hoteling services at our TVET. So these are TVET setups. So they actually practice, they produce. Right now, at the GTC Enugu campus, the tailoring factory is operationalized, and they're producing not just their own school uniform, they're producing school uniforms for our smart green schools. Next. And this is where we're going. This is the Enugu Smart Senior Secondary School, which I inspected. Some of you may have seen the video. Yeah, it went viral a few days ago. So this is fully completed now. This is the model, but it's fully completed. If you're interested, I can show you some of the pictures afterwards. And right now, our task is to equip it. And everything needed to equip it is on ground. And this is a model 2,000 capacity residential senior secondary school. Because our children, when they finish smart green schools, have to transition. 40% of them transition to TVET colleges, 60% to smart senior secondary schools. The governor of Enugu State is building one smart TVET college in every local government and one smart senior secondary school in every local government. This is the garment factory at the SME Enugu, commissioned by the Vice President, His Excellency. It is fully operational. We have produced school uniforms for 120 smart green schools here in the past 9 months. And these are Enugu young people employed by the state doing this work. Okay? Next. So you're going to see a few pictures of the garment factory at work. These are the Enugu Smart Green School uniforms in production. Next. Now, when we wanted to equip the Smart Green Schools, I know even several people here reached out to us, sent us proposals. But we said we wanted a model of education technology where we have the factory in Enugu. Okay? We have the factory in Enugu. Our smart board, the initial smart boards we are procured from Waobi Technology. Because when I went to Kigali, His Excellency sent me to Kigali in 2023 at the Innovation Conference. He was the only African vendor of smart boards. There were 2 Canadians, there were people from Scandinavia, there were Americans, and he had developed a solution that worked for our climate with service systems that worked. And so the initial smart boards we used for the Enugu Smart Green Schools are Waobi smart boards. And this is, I can share this information because public governance requires accountability. There's nothing to hide. But moving forward, we wanted to start assembling the smart boards in Enugu for our TVET colleges, for our smart senior secondary. And as part of that, we partnered and set up that factory. So even laptops, Android tablets are now being assembled at this factory. And to make that possible and sustainable, and as part of the corporate social responsibility of this joint factory partnership, we have an embedded joint school enterprise training program for all TVET students in Enugu. They pass through this factory as part of their training. Because when we talk about IT training, we often rely on, the limited opportunities available for students to have access. But governments can do a lot more by forging partnerships that enable access to these hands-on. So the next couple of images, you see next, please. So these are our GTC TVET students who are being trained at the factory. So that is the end of some of the visuals. So in every project that we have done, whether it is solar, whether it is internet, we may buy Starlink, but the access points and the routers are produced locally. Assembled locally. And we work with local vendors. Okay, so education sector transformation at scale and of this ambition becomes an avenue for catalyzing inclusive prosperity that is trans-global. So if you are a vendor, if you are bold, if you want to invest in Enugu to support our education transformation project, we're only starting. And that is why we say in Enugu that tomorrow is here. Thank you.
Sorry, sir, before you take your leave, there's going to be a photo session with you, sir. Honorable Commissioner, sir. Thank you, sir. Please, I'd like the Chief Executive and the entourage that came with the Honorable Commissioner to be on stage. Permit me at this time, ladies and gentlemen, to briefly highlight some things about our Honorable Commissioner. I'm not going to say anything about Enugu State and the numerous accomplishments. I'm just going to talk about the man himself for a bit. Wow. What do I need to do to be in this picture? My God. My God. Without any abuse of office, I'm going to personally request for a personal picture with the Honorable Commissioner. Not as a public service holder, but as an intellectual juggernaut. Ladies and gentlemen, We do not have time on our hands, which is why I want to crave the indulgence of the Honorable Commissioner to just highlight a couple of paragraphs from his two-paged profile. Please listen attentively, and if you know that this man deserves a standing ovation, I will not tell you. You will give it to him by the time I'm done reading this. He's a full-fledged professor with internationally recognized institutions across the world. Apart from serving right now as the Honorable Commissioner for Education in Enugu State, he's also the founding Director General of CELI. Before entering into public service, Professor Ndubeze Leonard Mba established himself as a globally respected scholar of African history, development, slavery, migration, gender, and empire. A professor of history and development at the State University of New York at Buffalo. He earned first-class honors and emerged as the overall best graduating student at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, before proceeding to Michigan State University, USA, where he obtained a PhD with distinction in African and Atlantic world history. His scholarship has received widespread international acclaim, and he has award-winning books and publications. Ladies and gentlemen, this man is a distinguished fellow of the Harvard Radcliffe Institute for Advanced Studies, and through his books, articles, lectures, and editorial leadership, Professor Mba has contributed significantly to global conversations on Africa, inequality, development, historical memory, and the legacies of slavery and colonialism. If you know that this man is one of a kind, please can we rise to our feet and give him a standing ovation? First class for first degree, and he said not enough. And he got a distinction in his PhD. Thank you, sir, for being a pride to Nigeria. Thank you for being a pride to Enugu State. Before I proceed, sir, Honorable Commissioner, sir, I don't know if there's space in Enugu for me, sir. At least I will run away from traffic. Ladies and gentlemen, I was saying something earlier about Lotus Bank and people were acting as if I don't know, maybe that got the representatives of Lotus Bank angry, and I've just been informed that there's a 500,000 naira giveaway, 50K to one person, but you must have Lotus Bank account. When you have Lotus Bank account, which by the way is the exit pass this afternoon, after this meeting the doors will be shut. If you don't have Lotus Bank, let me see how you will go home. Apart from that, to win this 50K, you will open Lotus Bank, you deposit 100 million naira. All right. So please, I like if the lights could go dim for a bit, and then let's place our focus on the screens. We are going to have some presentations go up. Please pay rapt attention. After these presentations, you tear a sheet of paper, write your name, and there will be a test. Thank you very much. Don't go anywhere. Be with us. Up. All right, thank you very much, Mr. DJ. Please stay with me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, apologies. The Lotus Bank presentation is going to be live, and I'm going to be introducing the speaker on stage, but I want to beg you, everything I said about the money is me, not her. So let her come, address us, and go in peace. Do I have your word? All right. Please, I'd like us to welcome Madam Fumi on stage as she speaks on behalf of the smartest bank in Nigeria, Lotus Bank. Is this how to clap for where you put your money?
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm absolutely privileged to stand before you this afternoon. Today, the slide, can someone please share? Media team, please. Okay. Okay, no problem. How are we doing now? Thank you. Okay. This afternoon, I'll be speaking to us on how we can build financial resilience during economic uncertainty and strategies to achieve sustainable school growth. Next slide, please. We all know that building financial resilience is a daily thing that we school owners are trying to navigate daily in our businesses. And when we look at the theme of this summit, our core vision at Lotus Bank is to drive ethical prosperity, is to take you as our partner to ensure that we keep your schools thriving even when microeconomic tides are pulling your businesses in the opposite direction. For us at Lotus Bank, our core values are centered around innovation, leadership, excellence, professionalism, integrity, team spirit, empathy, and social impact. But most importantly, we want you to see us as your growth partner. If we look at it sincerely in today's landscape, most school leaders are being pressured, are being expected to create world-class premium learning experience for their students. They are expected to invest in ICT and digital tools to make them competitive. They are expected to navigate the economic inflation. They are expected to survive utility bills in terms of diesels and power costs. And to top it all, they also have to manage delayed payments from parents. All this put together makes it difficult for a school owner to actually balance and build financial resilience. Next slide, please. So, but financial resilience matters. But so many things are affecting schools, like I said earlier, to achieve this. Inflation, rising staff salaries, higher utility bills, infrastructure upgrades. Schools are going on break. Some have gone on break already. And schools are preparing for the next academic session. They need to upgrade their classrooms, expand their facilities. They also need to invest in ICT tools, to make them competitive. But when we engage school owners, we get this feedback from them quite a lot of time. How do I improve my school learning environment without affecting my operational cash flow? How do I upgrade my facilities while maintaining operational stability? How do I grow in this economy that is almost shrinking my business? These are the questions they ask us every day. But these questions has helped us form a foundation. These questions has been a foundation for us to create a framework to actually bridge that gap. Next slide, please. Like I said, they do ask this question: how do we upgrade our facilities? How do we continue growing and all that? Next slide. Okay. These are the 4 pillars of financial resilience school. How do we know a school that is financially resilient? The cash keeps the school running. The school has a healthy cash flow. There is a good learning environment. Students are comfortable. Qualified teachers are there. There are modern teaching schools. There's strategic investment in things like AI, ICT tools, and the like. There's also access to the right financing. The school does not take a financing that will weigh their business down, but rather a financing that will help them scale, a financing that will help them empower their business, that will drive sustainability of their own business. So like I said earlier, next slide, please. Thank you. So where do schools need capital most? Teaching resources. They will need to employ staff. They will need to pay staff, right? ICT equipment, school bus. We know that a lot of schools have issue around logistics, right? And they have, some schools find it difficult to get ownership of school bus. So this is where we at Lotus Bank are coming in, but I will get to that soon on how we can help you bridge that gap and meet those needs. Some schools need furniture, some schools laboratory equipment, solar financing. We know that today, access to solar, access to clean energy is no more about environmental choice. It's now a strategic business choice for any business that wants to grow, for any business that wants to scale, for any business that wants to save. So people are moving away from the typical way of getting power, moving to something related to green energy. Classroom expansion, new campuses, everybody wants to expand. Yes. So, and looking at all this, at Lotus Bank, we came up with a framework that would allow school owners achieve all this seamlessly without any issue. And that was how we came about Edu Partner. Next slide, please. What is Edu Partner? Edu Partner is a specialized, ethical, non-interest solution designed specifically for registered private schools. So if you belong to any registered association, AMIS, NAPS, APSON, and similar associations, this product was built specifically for you in mind. When we were designing Edu Partner, we had the school's operational capacity in mind. We had the school in mind to ensure that we are creating a customer-centric solution for them. So, and we also, just to make it comfortable for the schools, we also made the eligibility criteria seamless and practical. What does that mean? If you are registered with CAC, if you have evidence of Ministry of Education approval, if your school has been in operation for a minimum of 3 years, if you have a satisfactory credit bureau checks on the school and its promoter, and you have a minimum student population of 70 and 1 year back statement, and you also have a minimum annual revenue of 30 million from school fees, you generate this annual revenue from your school fees annually. Your school is also operated from a rented premises, or it can be your own premise, and your facility repayment will not exceed 40% of your total school collections, and you are willing to pay either monthly or termly. Edu Partner is for you. Thank you. So we further broke down Edu Partner offerings into three distinct solutions, because we understand that different schools have unique needs. Some schools might need to acquire stationaries, uniforms, sportswear, cardigans, and the likes. This is where our inventory financing comes in for Edu Partner. And it's very, very competitive. It's seamless. The pricing is 30 to 34% annually. Tenor is a short-term financing, 120 days max, and the maximum facility that can be accessed is 100 million. So if you need 10 million, if you need 20 million, if you need 50 million, if you even need above 100 million, we will finance you. We will finance you, as long as your cash flow can support it. Now, if you are a school that's what you probably need is acquisition of tables, chairs, smart boards, solar solution like I mentioned earlier, lab equipment, recreational facilities. A lot of us want to have CBT centers. Then our asset financing offering is meant for you. And what's the profit rate? So between 30 to 34%. The tenor is 36 months max, and the maximum facility too is 100 million naira. But again, I say, if you actually need more than that and your cash flow can support it, we will finance you. Also, for schools looking to expand or upgrade their facility, we also have a kind of financing for you, which is the construction finance. Please, can you go back one slide? And the profit rate is also 30 to 34%. The tenor is 60 months because, like I said earlier, we have you in mind and we also have your operational capacity in mind. So we are extending the tenor for this one to ensure you can repay seamlessly without any financial pressure. And the maximum facility too is 100 million under normal conditions. Next slide, please. Okay. Okay, I'm pleased to announce that any school that comes to us with a financing request today will bring down the pricing to 28% instead of the typical 30 to 34%, exclusively for all of you. So please make use of this opportunity to immediately place your financing request on EduPartner. So these are the documentation requirements. We can just have a glance through. But if you need something more detailed from us, we are available backstage to answer your questions and to provide any relevant information. Next slide, please. Okay. So I stated earlier on that we know a lot of schools are struggling with acquisition of school buses, right? So we took it a step further to partner with Elizade Jack Autoland to make school bus ownership simpler and affordable for schools, right? So the offerings are available. If you want to purchase a 13-seater Sunray bus, which is at the cost of 51 million naira plus, you can. And we also have the 18-seater Sunray bus, which costs 55 million naira. Next slide, please. Okay. So if you want to purchase, if you need the school bus financing, the single obligor limit is 100 million and the tenor is 48 months. And the icing on the cake about this particular offering is that it's at 28%. And this is strictly because of the partnership we have with Jack Elizade, right? So the profit rate is at 28%, and you can also pay based on your choice, either monthly or termly. And repayment source will come from your school fees and other investment income. I would also like to say that we're also in partnership with Cedar Autos to create customized school buses for schools. We know that some schools might have more students, but they don't have enough money to purchase a big bus. So Cedar Autos will actually customize a school bus that will accommodate your pupils at a very affordable amount. If you need more information on that, you can also see us backstage. These are the documentation requirements as well. So let's take, for instance, we want to purchase a 30-seater Sunray bus. For a school, the monthly payment will be 1 million naira, right? And if you want to pay termly, it will be around 7 million naira. If you want to purchase the 18-seater bus, monthly repayment will be around 1.9 million, and for termly repayment, it will be around 7.8 million. Next slide, please. So I mentioned property construction earlier. 60 months, I talked about this earlier on. Next slide, please. Okay. So a lot of us are buyers. When we hear bank, we say, oh, bank, so they will tell me to bring this. They will tell me to do that. And something that we can benefit from just because we are not properly informed, we are not able to make use of that benefit. So if you want to access EduPartner financing, things we'll request from you are very, very minimal and seamless. A recommendation from your school register, just for us to be sure that you are part of a registered association, personal guarantee of the proprietor, a comprehensive Takafu insurance, credit-like Takafu of the proprietor, credit guarantee, undertaking to domicile your school fees and all proceeds with Lotus Bank, right? And one thing is that when you have good repayment behavior, let's say we give you a 50 million naira now. When you are coming back, we can actually enhance that amount for you based on your repayment behavior. So for financing above 50 million, you will also need to provide a legal mortgage. Next slide, please. So why do schools choose EduPartner? Like I said, EduPartner is designed specifically for schools owners. Repayment is aligned with school fee cycles. It supports both operational and expansion needs. It allows for fast processing of eligible schools. It is also an ethical non-interest finance, which you can get in other commercial banks. And you have relationship support throughout the financing cycle. Turnaround time to also have this financing is very, very short. Next slide, please. So I want us to look at an example. This is School A. School A needs a new school bus, a science laboratory, an ICT center, and the estimated cost is 45 million naira. And the proprietor is thinking, maybe I should just save for it. I don't want financing. But how would that affect the school business? Student enrollment stagnates, right? Student learning experience are not optimal. Parents may pull out their children. And whatever they are even trying to acquire in the next 3 years might have tripled or doubled. So whatever they are saving at the end of the day might not be able to even purchase that thing after 3 years. But with EduPartner, investment is completed even before the new academic session. You have higher enrollment of students, you have improved learning experience, and your revenue grows. We have several testimonials of school owners that are doing very well and optimally since they are onboarded on our EduPartner program. I would close the session by leaving these thoughts. Any school today that will want to thrive over the next decade will not be those with the largest school branch, but they will be those that make timely investments, manage cash flow effectively, and build financial resilience. So please, let Lotus Bank partner with you to empower your school. Let Lotus Bank partner with you to drive sustainable growth. And even beyond financing, we understand there are some schools that want to create unique payment methods to receive school fees from parents. We can partner with you to design something simple and unique to your school for you to be able to receive payments from parents. We have robust digital platforms. When it comes to transaction backing, we are top notch. And in every way, we are here to serve you. So please, partner with us and let us help you invest in the future of your school. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for Madam Funmilayo Awodele once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Please, can we put our hands together for her one more time? And with these few points of hers, I hope she's been able to convince you and not to confuse you that the best bank for you is... Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to very quickly recognize and, celebrate a man who is at the pivot of this gathering in a sense. And that's because he is the National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools, Lagos State president. I hope you can see how pivotal he is to all of this. Your applause is not applauding. I'm not understanding. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together properly for His Excellency Chief Alaka Yusuf Lukman, the President, National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools, Lagos State. If we have members of that body in the house, can you please make some noise? Aha. Thank you so much. And thank you, sir. He's actually supposed to be seated, in front, but out of modesty, he just said he'll prefer to be with the rest of us. Thank you so much, sir. A round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, just in a few minutes, you'll be engaging the screens and we'll be seeing a documentary that has a lot of weight. It's a journey of over 25 years, chronicled into few minutes. And can we use this moment to honor SKLD for all they are doing and all they will continue to do? Yes, this was born out of a need for one woman, but today it is satisfying the need for millions of parents. And I think it's a laudable thing to do. Before I proceed, how many of us here, first of all, I need to demystify what people say about if you attended a public school, if you attended a private school, which all schools are public. I mean, there's no school inside your bedroom. All schools are public. Those in support say eyes. Please knock any nail you see on the head. There's no nail. So, you are either from a government school or a private school. So if you attended a government school, can I see your hand up? Proudly. Yes, beautiful. So if you attended a private school, can I see your hand up? What I love is that there is nothing private schools are doing that government schools will not do. They may do it their own way. Now, there's this popular song. Sing along with me. We are HAPPY. We are HA. Please, private schools only. Put your hands together for yourselves. Lovely. Government schools have their own version. Same tune, different lyrics. Sing along with me if you know it. First of all, that being power side, is it just a song or you mean it? Do you know that till today, some of you, if you hear tear a sheet of paper, you will have trauma. Nothing shocks a student more than a test they are not prepared for. And if you are here and you joined this creativity back in school, there is a way to spell exercise book such that you will not forget. Sorry, who are you people again? Can you imagine? If you are here and you studied chemistry, I put it to you that you couldn't have studied chemistry without some songs. One of them is the song titled Periodic Table. The first 20 elements. Do you have science-oriented people? Okay. Can we sing the song? 1, 2, go. So first of all, if you have graduated since maybe 30, 40 years ago, don't worry. Leave it for us who just graduated. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to fix your gaze on the screens, and in less than 10 seconds, you're going to see something beautiful come up. Thank you so much for your attention. Please, can the house lights go dim, and can we have more volume on the documentary? Thank you.
In the year 2000, one store in Lagos set out to make school days easier for Nigerian families. 25 years later, that promise has grown into SKLD Integrated Services Limited, a Nigerian manufacturing and supply company at the heart of the education sector. From a single shop to a nationwide network across Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, our commitment has never changed: to equip every classroom, every student, every educator with what they need to succeed. Through Marcel Hughes Schoolwear, we clothe students in over 1,000 schools across the country. Quality uniforms made to global standards. Beyond the classroom door, our educational supplies division delivers books, learning aids, and everyday essentials that keep schools running. And as classrooms modernize, we supply the technology to match: computers, calculators, and IT tools that prepare students for a digital future. In partnership with KCO, we placed over 1,000 calculators directly into the hands of Lagos State's public school educators, equipping teachers to inspire the next generation of innovators. These partnerships go further, connecting Nigerian classrooms to global edtech, so no student is left behind by geography or resource. Education does not stop where crisis begins. As a trusted procurement partner to the United Nations, UNICEF, UNESCO, and international NGOs, SKLD Integrated Services Limited delivers learning kits, hygiene kits, and relief supplies to children in the hardest to reach communities. Because every child, whether in a Lagos classroom or a displacement camp, deserves the tools to keep learning. Behind every successful delivery is a team committed to excellence. Every process at SKLD Integrated Services Limited is backed by ISO 9001 certified quality standards and powered by over 100 dedicated Nigerian professionals, many of them women, driving local manufacturing at scale. Because the future doesn't wait, SKLD Integrated Services Limited is building it, one laboratory at a time. By 2030, over 2 billion jobs worldwide will be reshaped by automation. Yet for too many Nigerian children, digital learning remains out of reach. A divide between cities and rural communities, between opportunity and exclusion. That's why SKLD Integrated Services Limited is introducing the Digital Laboratory Project, fully equipped digital learning hubs that bring broadband-enabled devices, world-class e-learning content, and specialized courses in artificial intelligence, robotics, data analytics, coding, and three-dimensional printing directly into Nigerian classrooms. The first digital laboratories are being commissioned in Lagos State, with more states across Nigeria set to follow in the months and years ahead. This is more than infrastructure. It's the foundation for a new generation of thinkers, innovators, and problem solvers, equipped to compete confidently on the global stage. From retail shelves to relief corridors, from classrooms to communities, SKLD Integrated Services Limited is building the infrastructure behind Nigeria's education sector. More than 25 years of consistency. One mission that continues to grow, making quality education accessible, practical, and future-ready for every learner. SKLD Integrated Services Limited, building Africa's future, one solution at a time. Together, let's build the next chapter of education in Nigeria.
25 amazing years and counting, and this is all you can do. I want to hear our voices say, thank you, SKLD. Thank you so much for all you do and all you continue to do. Very quickly, we move to the plenary session, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll just introduce our panelists. They will take their seats, and I invite our esteemed moderator to take charge of the plenary. First on my list, I have Mrs. Bolanle Adewale, the founder and executive director of the Learning Place Montessori School and TLP Center, both in Lekki, Lagos. Originally a legal practitioner, she also certified in primary Montessori from St. Nicholas Center, London, 1995, and elementary Montessori from North American Center, Canada. She further qualified as an applied behavior analyst and licensed ACAS from Florida Tech. She truly believes every child can reach their full potential and promotes equity. Focusing on raising the next generation of leaders, she pioneered the first full autism day school on Lagos Island and advances inclusive education. She leads a team of therapists and educators with over 3 decades of experience across Europe, North America, and Africa, attending global updates. She engages in charity, supports indigent families, and collaborates with corporate and Lagos State government institutions, influencing over 6,000 diverse children globally. An eloquent speaker, she also sits on boards of Prodigy Lagos Vocational Learning Center and Can Do Advisory. She belongs to AMS, IMC, AISEN, and serves as the vice president of APAI, chairperson of APEN Conference Committee, and coordinating director of APEN Teacher Training Institute. She is married with 2 amazing sons. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for Mrs. Bolanle Adewale once again as she steps up? No, this is not for her. This is for me. Thank you very much, ma'am. You're welcome. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, anywhere you choose, ma'am, is free. No rent, agency, or agreement. So, ladies and gentlemen, next on my list we have a seasoned education administrator with over 25 years of experience in school evaluation, planning, quality assurance, and educational leadership with Lagos State Government. He holds a doctorate in educational administration and planning from the University of Abuja, 2 master's degree, educational administration and guidance and counseling, and a bachelor's degree in education from the University of Lagos. He has served as head of planning, head of education quality assurance services, and most recently, director of private education and special programs in OEQA, overseeing school accreditation, quality monitoring, and systemic improvement. He is a multiple award-winning officer, recognized repeatedly as best staff of OEQA between 2012 and 2022. A respected member of several professional bodies, he has contributed extensively to teacher development, school improvement frameworks, and community-based initiatives. He mentors civil servants and young professionals and has facilitated numerous trainings for government and private organizations. Dr. Ogumuyiwa is known for his organizational skill, integrity, and commitment to a strengthening quality education delivery across Lagos State. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Sulaiman Olagoke Ogumuyiwa. And our final panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is the head of treasury at Lotus Bank, bringing over 2 decades of experience across payment systems, corporate banking, risk management, and treasury with the financial services industry. He possesses deep expertise in global financial markets and has worked across multiple African nations. At Lotus Bank, he oversees the treasury function, manages relationships with development financial institutions, and leads correspondent banking partnerships. He has also been instrumental in establishing and sustaining key client relationships. He has attended top management programs at Wharton Business School and SED Business School, and holds professional fellowship status with the Financial Markets Dealers Association and the Chartered Banker Institute, Bangor University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mr. Olubiyi Ogundepo. And to moderate this loaded panel, ladies and gentlemen, is a management consultant in strategy, talent development, and business transformation with 17 years of experience, advising over 180 organizations across private, public, and development sectors. As a partner at Enzo Creptin & Co., he serves clients across education, banking, retail, fintech, and government.
Mr.
All right, so the World Bank and Helium Health, amongst many other bodies he has served. He currently serves as CEO and co-founder of Crypto, a platform providing young professionals with real workplace experience through AI-powered simulations. Crypto graduates have secured roles at Amazon, McKinsey, PwC, and KPMG, and the company was recently admitted into the MasterCard Foundation EdTech Fellowship Cohort 3. He sits on advisory boards of the Herbert Wigge Foundation, and so on and so forth. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for the panel session, Dr. Emmanuel Tafra. A round of applause for him as he joins the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, apologies, sir. Okay, sir. So we met him earlier, the cool dad. Please, let's put our hands together once again for Mr. Oluwakoijo.
Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much.
I wasn't sure. This one or this one? Which one is working? This? All right. Okay, just clear with them. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Let's restore the energy. I know we're rounding up. So we're moving to one of the key highlights of today's event. And I'd like to thank all my panelists for graciously attending this event. I'll just go right into it because of time. Generally speaking, the conversation, as we know, is resilience in motion. And I like the fact that the promoters of the event did not create a conversation outside the realities of our business environment. Resilience is the new language now, and I think I just want to run through my panelists and just ask them specific questions related to this. Now I'm going to go for the jugular, and I'm going straight to the bank. And I know we had a presentation, sir, but from experience, there's this theory, I write theories, and there's a theory I call the banker's syndrome. So, or the banker's conversation, sorry. What is that? When you meet a banker is very quick to tell you that, especially in events like this, that's like, okay, leave me alone, I need to go and do some other things. And then when you finally show up, they're asking for your grandmothers, you know that whole story now. So tell us why, sincerely, the people in the room should take Lotus
a lot more differently beyond putting this very fantastic event together, which was great, by the way. But what are we looking at realistically? I mean, considering your fantastic background, and I envy some of the schools you went to, that's what I'm admiring to, especially Said.
Business School.
Yeah, exactly. But what can we say, I mean, actually exists today? I mean, I saw the presentations, but realistically from a treasury and risk management standpoint, is it a deal or no deal? Tell us very quickly, sir. That's my first question.
Should I go ahead? Or?
Yes, please. Yes,
okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank the organizers. Thank you for this wonderful session. One of the things that I would speak about is this. Banking is not just about looking for finance or whatever. It's always there. What we try to emphasize is getting the right type of financing for your business. Mm-hmm. For example, I don't want to go too deep. You can't go and take a working capital financing for a long-term project. If you want to build a school today, you want to build a school, you don't take a short-term overdraft. You take a long-term financing. You also take a long-term financing with cheap returns or cheap rates or at a cheap cost, project financing. So that's what we at Daughters bring. We bring different types of financing models, whether it's long-term, short-term, capital high intensive or low-cost intensive. We do all that because our model is strictly non-interest banking. And what we do is bring a financing model that would assist with whatever cash flow, whatever need you require. So from a treasury and perspective, for any school, any organization, it's a win-win. We'll look at how we can enhance your cash flow through investments and at the same time assist you de-risking your projects. Funny thing is that everybody says school business, education business is a risky environment because parents might not pay school fees. Inflation rises up with the schools. Even my dear friends, SKLD2, have to increase the prices of their supplies as well. But you see, we look for how we can work with you and de-risk so that whatever they are going through or what you're going through, you can also afford it. So from that perspective, we do partner with you. It's not a buzzword like you said. We have a fine presentation, but trust me, we have the action to match that presentation.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please, let's appreciate the first comment. Dr. Ogumiwa, OEQA's vantage point is obviously to help schools regularize, and it's important to be able to separate those who are regulatory compliant and those who are not. Now, I believe that regulation is designed to enhance productivity and all the other things. It's not just regulation for stifling's sake. So help these people in the room appreciate some of the work you're doing, but more importantly, helping them to see the value of some of that regulatory compliance requirements that are set, and how that separates those who don't pursue full regulation or meet the full expectations.
All right, thank you very much. I also want to join others to thank the organizers. It's been very interesting. I came in quite early,
yes,
and I've been able to follow through everything, and I've learned a lot. The Office of Education Quality Assurance was established to fulfill an acronym called REMI, and I want you to know that. So the Office of Education Quality Assurance regulates, evaluates, and monitor to improve schools. So we're actually your partners, even though a lot of people don't like us. They don't like us because, the whole syndrome of inspectors, when inspectors come to your school, you have to jump out of the window or you have to start running about. But the strategy has changed. We are now more friendly, we are now more collaborative, and we are very open. For schools who have been relating with us will agree that most of our regulations that before now have been shrouded with some kind of secrecy has been exposed. I find it very difficult to assess a school when they don't even know what they are going to be assessed upon. So what we do now is that we encourage that schools to carry out what is called school evaluation. There's a template for it. And every school should also have a very strong internal quality assurance mechanism. Truth be said, we are doing more than enough. We are supposed to be external evaluators coming into your school and check the benchmarks and check what you are doing against your own assessment. You will have assessed yourself before we come on board. But what we do now is we go into the school, carry out internal evaluation, and also do the external evaluation. It's quite stressing. So right now, the OEQA is moving towards using technology. We are creating a platform where every school in Lagos State will be able to assess themselves first time of school resumption. And when you assess yourself, we will not just be going to any school. We will go to school after we have done our analysis at the back end to see the schools that actually need our support. And to what extent do they need the support? Why should I deploy 6 officers or evaluators to a school that requires just 1 or 2? And there are schools where they really need support. They need to be visited 2-3 times in a year. And some will just be visited maybe once in a year or once in 2 years. Now, this gives us the opportunity to be able to deploy our staff to the, at our best, optimum level. So I want to give schools this assurance that whenever we come around your school, we are there to support you and make you to be able to improve on what you are doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I forgot to add, and I'm sure you'll be surprised, I also went to University of Abuja, but not for my PhD. So I saw that. Thank you. So that's us, by the way. So please appreciate University of Abuja. We are together. Mrs. Adewale, having run the learning place for over 20 years, what does discipline of a data operation actually look like when you want to renew novelty? You don't want to, there's always a novelty of a new school. It wears off after a time, but you've run this thing for 20 years. How do you sustain innovation and keep the energy and momentum going? Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah. Thank you very much. First, I'd like to commend the SKLD for putting this together. This is awesome. It's laudable, and I think what stands out more is the quality of speakers that you have brought on board today. It's been very empowering. Thank you very much. And also, thank you for balancing this gender balance. Finally, at least there's one woman amongst the men. Thank you. Yes, so to answer your question, for 22 years we've been doing this, and then to understand your question, what you're basically asking is, how have we sustained it in the wake of new schools that are coming along?
Yes.
So there's been a lot of work that's been done. What we have come to realize, the first thing I would say is the systems that are in place have kept us and upheld us. When we first started our school, we didn't have the systems and we struggled. But within the first decade of our school, at 10 years, we started to develop standardized processes, systems, policies, and everything. And since we started following those, we found that they have helped to stabilize things a great deal. We are no longer reactive, we're proactive. We're ready for whatever change comes to us. A good example will be in the COVID year, in 2020. Schools closed on March 20th, if I remember clearly. By March 23rd, the Tuesday after, we were already online. We didn't have to go searching for what we needed to do to put us online because we were already operating on that platform. And with a lot of other systems as well, if your systems are already built up and they're in place, you find that you just position yourself a little, but you don't have to start the work afresh. So that will be one thing. Then understanding leadership in education. Understanding that as a leader in education, your role is not merely that of an educator, but that of an organizational strategist. You are doing much more than planning the curriculum. You're also the communicator, financial manager, community developer. You're doing you're doing all these things that build up the entire school. It's not just focusing on education. Last thing I would like to add will be the investment in the team That is extremely important, knowing that the team makes you. Just last Friday, we had staff awards at our school. And I remember going on stage and saying, Eniola Shomi. Eniola Shomi in Yoruba means people are my clothing. I could never have done it alone. Without my team, there's no learning place. And so we have to understand that this is part of what has kept us where we are today. We have staff that have been there for the entire 22 years. And we have people that are 17 years, 16 years, and what have you. But what has kept us has been believing in them, getting them to buy into the policies, the decisions. You don't just go as the school leader and say, this is what we're doing. They won't do it all. But when you go to the drawing board together, what is your own point? So if they stop doing it, you're telling them, this is your policy. This is your own paper. So you should be able to implement whatever it is. So I think with that, I'll stop for now. Thank you.
Wow, please, that's amazing. You have a very high retention rate from what I see. And of course, I also, I mean, in your biography, they were talking about in your profile, they were reading your work in contribution to autism, and I think that's remarkable. Please, can we appreciate that bold, that bold decision? Mr. Tosin, for a small and mid-sized school with limited budget, where does technology investment actually pay for itself as opposed to being a nice to have? Practically speaking, technology is great, and we saw your presentation and so on and so forth. Where does the money come from to pay itself?
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. For a small and mid-sized school, first and foremost, in the technology adoption cycle, you're looking for not nice to have, but what is value for the school and what optimized performance for the students and what is also value for the teachers. So there are two kinds of deployment. There are deployment that are school-based to beef up the architecture within the school. For instance, you put interactive boards in the school, and you put some very fancy, digital equipment. And those things are to beef up the value of the school and also add value to education using technology. Now, where it pays itself is as a result of, the school owners looking at what that value portends when technology is added and how to see how to gauge up the school fees. For instance, as they were closing out my daughter's school, they sent me a letter to say school fees is going to go up. But they didn't just tell me school fees is going to go up. They said we are bringing in technology into the school. And mind you, I went to the school and told them they need success tab in their school. So I was very happy when they said school fees is going to go up. Not because we are going to make money by bringing in devices into the school, but they've seen that when they bring in value, parents will not need to struggle because there's additional value to be given to their children. And technology in that way, portends that value. And so when the school comes and says there's going to be an increase in school fees to justify that value, everybody, just sinks in and everybody just, goes with the flow. Now, the only thing is when there's a disconnect in, bringing in technology and nobody's seeing the resultant effects, that's when there's a protest vote. So I want to admonish school owners that are in this conference to say that when there is going to be a meaningful additional integration of technology in the school, they should tie it to some revenue ends. One is either parents paying for it directly or entering into a mutual contractual agreement with banks, like Lotus Bank, to fund technology within the school, or talking with vendors to say, oh, we can accommodate this fee into our school fees. Can you help us stagger this payment into 3 terms, into 6 terms, especially when there's no interest, in that conversation. Now, we know that, now that our devices are nearing, 200, 300,000, we have that kind of conversations with school owners to see that, they have alternative ways to fund technology innovation in their schools. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for that. I would like to give the audience a heads up that I will be taking questions from you after my next round of questions. So if you have questions for the panelists that I may not have addressed or that are important to you I'd like to take a note. Now, I'd like to run through the list and actually speak about the subject itself, which is resilience in motion. And I'll start again with you, sir. My banker, my banker in quotes. I would like to understand, Nigeria is currently going through, there are different variations of the stories. We appreciate the work that school owners are doing as being our sort of, I wouldn't say last hope, but a significant, they're the ones leading Nigeria's potential future in shaping the minds that matter. I'll tell you something, and please, this is for the people in the room. I believe we have school owners here. Can I see your hand just to recognize you? All right, or representative of schools, fantastic. So I'll tell you something. I'm an employer of labor. I'm also, the work we do has to do with, talent development. Now, the crazy thing that I've started to point out, which is becoming, obvious, is that by the time you miss primary and secondary school, university, you miss the bus. So when we sit down in classrooms, boardrooms, I tell them things as basic as simple interest, compound interest, as shaping how businesses are run. You have an account, listen to this problem statement. A man goes to Dubai to buy goods on credit at $100,000, and he comes to sell and then returns and buys again. If he pays down cash when he goes to Dubai, he will get the goods at $80,000. If the man needs to go to the bank, borrow money, come back, and then based on the interest rates and the time, pay $80,000, calculate his profit margin and what to pay him, do a cost-benefit analysis of that scenario. You see that question? I've been in boardrooms where that question has been asked severally, where I don't want to mention names of the people in charge, but you know them, couldn't answer that question. And the company was making wrong decisions and losing profit margins. But that question was asked in SS1 New General Mathematics WAEC question. So I tell them that you're going too far. Composition, that's proposal writing. Letter writing, that's email writing. These are the problems that we are still having with graduates. Do you understand? So these school owners are giving you your flowers. Your role is important. But back to them. So you're the ones forming this thing. But, sirs, how would you encourage them to thrive in spite of the challenges they're having? And what specific recommendations would you have based on the lens of your own expertise for them? I want you to sigh deep in your mind, and then you can respond, and I'll run through the same way I went, starting with the bank.
Okay, thank you very much. I think first and foremost, right, like you said, thriving in Nigeria is very, 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 very tough. Just a quick aside. The name Lotus Bank, right, the name Lotus, that is a flower that thrives in very, very murky waters.
And I said, give them their flowers. Fantastic. So we're together.
Okay?
Yes.
And just to give Lotus Bank started, you mentioned COVID. Was it you that mentioned COVID?
Yes.
Well, it started operationally in the COVID year when everybody was at home. We're going about flying up and down the whole place. What I'm trying to say is this. Nigeria is a very, very murky business environment. To thrive in it, you have resilience. So we have chosen to do that for 5 years, and we've gone, and it's been successful so far. So I believe any business can thrive as well in Nigeria. Now, for schools specifically, what I see, there are two major issues. One, ensuring that their cash flow is constant. When I say cash flow is constant, they always get school fees. There's one of these, on Saturday, I was in a party. This school is arguably the top 3 in Lagos State. I'll go further and say the school is in Ikoyi. It's been there for a long time. Someone was telling me how over 50% of their parents haven't paid school fees. And if you know the name of the school, you shout. So first thing, what we've done in Lotus with our edu partners, apart from providing financing to schools, we're also looking at even to the parents to pay the school fees. Because once you can assure the schools, that we will take care of the school fees requirements so that you continue to operate. That's taking the headache off the school and also ensures that the school can now start thinking about next step. The average school in Nigeria is trying to survive 1 session. What we're trying to do is ensure that you can survive 2 sessions, 3 sessions. That's why you now have the leeway to start thinking of digital and IT tools, ICT, to improve upon your systems So what we've done at Lotus Bank is realize that we ensure that the cash flow is okay. Yes, we also help the schools manage, but also help the parents with financing to pay the school fees, to pay the levy, so that at any point in time, Nigeria can start thinking strategically. You mentioned about people in boardrooms not being able to do simple interest, that kind of stuff. It's not the fault of the school per se. It's because the school is just trying to survive this term. The school is just trying to survive this term. So what we do, we're trying to take away the headache of this term and next term, and now get them to start thinking, okay, in 2020, in 2030, AI is going to be standard educating model in all schools. How do we plan for that? How do I get infrastructure to replace my whiteboards with digital AI technology systems? That is what school should be thinking about. Okay, so I have students in Lagos, but their competition is not in Lagos. Their competition is with people in China. How do I do exchange programs with students in China? So that is what we want to also help finance in Lotus Bank as well. And I think that is how we can solve the education problem in Lagos, in Nigeria, actually.
All right. Thank you very much. Dr. Ogumiwa, just in addition to your response, I want you to also look at the lens governance, just because the whole idea of one of the things your office provides is helping schools to be self-regulated in a way so that there's a measure of accountability and responsibility. So in addition to whatever you share regarding the subject, like I said, please just hover around the subject of governance. Over to you, sir.
Okay, so a lot depends on governance. When you take governance either from inside the school or outside the school, everything becomes a mess. My first advice to schools, or let me say from government perspective, is that we have to keep on reviewing our policies. And since last year, we have followed the federal government in domesticating the non-state school policy. And the domestication has gotten to a point that we are just waiting for the executive governor to sign so that we can launch by around September. Now, this is going to make regulation very open to schools. And one thing about this non-state policy is that we are expanding our coverage, regulatory coverage, even to lessons, to madrasas, to churches. The rule is if you keep children of school age between 8 and 2, then you have to be regulated. Except if it is outside this period or it is not within that coverage. Now, so these are some of the things that we are trying to do to ensure that regulation is strengthened. And like I said, every school must also strengthen their own policies, their own processes. We go to schools and we ask for certain policies. It looks as if, the schools are not aware. So the list of policies you are supposed to keep in your schools have been compiled and will also be shared with schools so that you know what to do about safety, what to do about governance, what to do about health and academics. And this will, in a way, also strengthen governance in schools. I want to say lastly that we are coming up with a policy too that is going to make every school appoint either an officer in charge or a vice principal in charge of quality assurance. We believe that this is going to really strengthen the internal quality assurance systems in our schools. And if we are able to get this right, I am sure learners' outcome will be much better.
I'd like us to appreciate that contribution. I took that away, appointing a vice principal or a senior officer in charge of quality assurance. I think that's brilliant, sir. And honestly, I look forward to the implication. Yes, ma'am. You, 20 years, 17 years, fantastic retention rate. Schools have faced a lot of churn, and I know the difficulty of keeping employees and staff. I believe you have some interesting management practices that I would love for you, don't worry, nobody will come near your door, to deep dive into. One of the things that I've learned in my experience in consulting is that very few, maybe they exist, but I'm not aware of them, but very few published materials on management practices for our own environment. Do you understand? Let me explain. Most of the management books we read about, governance and management in businesses are foreign written. And America is 250 years old. So if somebody's writing from that lens, they've seen stuff over the years. But here we have one SME, first generation, doing business as they understand. What management principles are they used for hiring and managing staff? I'll just give you an example randomly so that I can give her some points. For instance, I always advise that when you hire them in pairs. So maybe you hire your first staff and he's alone. There's that thing of syndrome of I'm alone, I can keep my guy on stage. But when they are two, I can be a kind of healthy competition. That's something I learned over the years. So don't hire them in single, hire them in triple, so that they also have companionship. Otherwise, they may be, bored out and leave. And I can go on and on with examples like about practical recommendations on HR and staff retention that the people in the room can take away from here. What would you share? Or any other operational concept that you have comfortably come up with your own theories that have worked? 20 years, that's remarkable. Tell us.
Okay, so the first thing I would say is you lead from the front.
I like that.
And what that means is you do what you expect others to do. This is first as a leader. Once you do that, they know what your standards are, and they're all following and trying to keep up. You have to be innovative, which means in whatever you do, when you decide you want to hire people, you have to be able to show them the things that you have innovated that are already working for you. One of the things Dr. Salau said earlier this morning was, I think it was HR, about building your brand, employer brand. And that is very important. You have to be deliberate about building your employer brand so that when you hire, people want to come to you. And when they do come to you, indeed, some of the things that have worked for us at the hiring process is hiring for, there's something I always say, train for attitude. No, hire for attitude, train for skills. And what that basically means is, as you come to me, yes, you have the certification and qualification, but that is just one part of it. Where is your mind? Where is your heart? Are you willing to work with children? What do you want to do? Is it just this paper that you've brought to me? So there has to be some practical application that you're able to establish that this is what we do, this is how I'm going to do it. And then you have to have the requisite experience. The experience is very key, because if you come to me having very little experience, then I find that you may succeed and you may not, but I don't want to gamble. I don't gamble with things that have to do with children. I'm very certain and very deliberate, intentional about what we're looking for. When we're looking to hire, we already would tell you what we need. And coming back to your point of having more than one, I believe in that strategy 100%. I would always hire people. So we have what we call teacher trainee in the classroom. We have the teachers. Then we can have, when we have a person who comes also as a teacher with the same qualification as the teacher, and we feel, okay, the teacher might feel like you're trying to change them or whatever, we bring you on board. We don't call you a teacher, we call you a teacher trainee, which means you're there, you're earning probably as much or close enough, but you are learning. And this person also knows that there's a trainee here. If I do this, the trainee will instantly replace me. So we're always constantly investing in training as well, making sure that we have training 3 times in a term. We have one at the beginning of the term, we have one at mid-term, and we have one at the end of the term. And when I say training, we mean we're bringing in external people to come in to train the teachers so that they're equipped. We go from different topics ranging from their own personal development. So we don't focus on what you are going to give to us only. We're focusing on who you are. What's your mental health? We're going into mental health. We're going into your own brand. Who are you? What are you doing to improve yourself? Because I believe one thing. The learning place is not just for children. It's for the staff also. When you leave here at the end of the day, what are you going to be? I would have failed if I have not handed anything over to you that you can take to improve yourself and develop yourself and move further. So I'm always very conscious of those things. I could go on, but let me stop here.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. I like the fact that, you from the way you speak, I can tell it's part of you. Please, any other questions from the room before I'm going to take you, sir. Questions in the room? Ushers, please help me aggregate. Okay, I see one. All right. Sir, you forgive me, I'll come back to you because of time. That's the High Chief, Mr. Laka, the NAPS Lagos State Chapter President. Please, can we give him the microphone? He has a question. Thank you, sir. Please, let's appreciate him. Thank you.
Good afternoon, member of the panelists.
Yes, sir.
I think I'm used to everybody on the panel this afternoon, except the Lotus man. And I must say, the three other panelists are doing great job in the educational space, and I want to give it to you. Thank you very much, DG, Ms. Adewale, and Koijo. Now, coming to the ED from Lotus Bank. In the past, schools have often enjoyed lower interest rates from banks. Lotus Bank coming into space. I know you have stolen some idea because that is not where you started your banking career too. And you stolen some idea from one bank to the other. Yes, you have extended the duration of the period, but then we used to have a situation in which you can, because it's a target market, you can do a group loan to come down to, I'm not saying single rate now, but we're looking at, look at something below 20. Because for school owners now, it is not easy. A lot of schools are closing down, and that the DG Culture Assurance can tell you the reason why. Is because we cannot increase our school fees the way things are being inflated in the industry. So what can the bank do in terms of interest rate to make sure that, yes, school have leverage over this thing? Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
So you said group. I heard you say group, sir. That means if they come in as a group, could they now lower the... So, yes, for education sector. Yes, please, in this microphone.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much, sir. So two things. Ideally, the preference is to be able to do single digits rates for schools in Nigeria. That's the way we'll move it forward. But you see, to get single digits rates for schools, we need development intervention funds. So what we are doing in Lotus Bank, because we know we're very, we have to be real. We'll partner with a lot of development organizations, like the Development Bank of Nigeria, the Bank of Industry, that are giving us funds for on-lending. We also have international financing from ISDB that are giving us single-digit dollar financing. So when we get this kind of funds, we can put it in the bucket and say, let's see how we can make the rates come a whole lot less. It's all about, for you, you think it's lower rates. For us, it's about de-risking. Thankfully, Nigeria has some new credit guarantee programs that guarantee the credit. So if you can guarantee the financing I'm giving you, that I'll get my money back, it doesn't have to be through you. It can be through credit guarantee bodies. I can make my rates lower, and that's what we're working on. There are one or two schools which we have been able to give sub 20 because of this program. Now, your second question, if you come together as a cluster, definitely there are associations of of private schools, private schools. We can, and we like that kind of framework because you will be the ones even, quote unquote, guaranteeing the behavior of your members. That, see, if you don't pay back the financing from these guys, they will blacklist us, and they're blacklisting us. They're blacklisting like almost 1,000 schools. So there's something called collective responsibility in that kind of arrangement, which will benefit you. So yes, if you can come in the cluster, we can have a conversation, and definitely the rates will come down. Thank you very much.
All right. So NAPS just secured a deal with Lotus Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate that potential memorandum of understanding virtually? Thank you. Yes, there's a question there, sir.
Good afternoon, the panelists. It's a wonderful thing to be here. Now, I'm directing my question to the Oga from Lotus Bank. Yeah.
You're on the hot seat.
Is it only education that you finance? What of agriculture? What of other areas of life? Because as we are here, we all have diverse areas in which we put our eggs. So I want to know if you also go into agriculture, because that's where some of us interest lies. Not everybody goes into education.
Because that question is not related, I'll give you 10 seconds.
Okay. Yes.
I'm sorry for that.
No problem.
Yes, we do.
Full stop.
Okay. We have, luckily, my colleague is here. She's in charge. We've done about almost 400 billion naira in agri financing. Agriculture, after all, is our second largest foreign exchange earner. So whether it's retail agriculture or agriculture for exports, we do. So, I mean, my colleagues are over there over there. You can just go there and have a conversation. Or anybody wearing a Lotus shirts here. My 10 seconds is up, Abi?
Yes, thank you, sir. Finder's fee, because I allowed that question. I could have shut it down, but I allowed it for your sake. So you see me after for finder's fee. Yes, sir.
All right, sir. My question is to the Director of Quality Assurance, Lagos State.
Okay.
Yeah. We have schools in Lagos that have run for like 10, 5, 15 years. Due to certain crises, you see them shut down overnight. So with regards to the quality assurance you all do, how do you wrap corporate governance around it in Lagos State? Whereby schools that have, 5, 10 years, with your quality assurance activities, you wrap corporate governance into them so that they create sustainability plans that take them long term. So how do you go about that? Because in all the quality assurance being done, you still see them after 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, they fizzle out as if they never had a business for 5 or 10 or 15 years as a school.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. One thing is, the ministry is supposed to be informed if a school is going to close down, voluntary close down. And we will appreciate if we are told ahead that this school is going through a kind of financial meltdown or quality problem so that we can support them. Because government is out to support institutions to grow. When the schools close down, it is to our disadvantage because there are learners in that school, in those schools, and they have to be taken care of appropriately. So when a school has a justification to close down, for example, some of the cases that we have addressed has to do with maybe a family issue, maybe the owner of the school is late and the children are not interested and there's nobody to, and the school is deteriorating, so the family can come together to say they want to close down. So when they write us, we look at it and tell them we have to take government documents that are with them. We have to put them. If it is a primary school, you take those things to exam board. If it's a secondary school, you take it to the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, the Basic Education Services Department, so that they can keep record. We also notify the tax agencies that this particular school has shut down, so they are not supposed to pay any other thing to government. Because if they are not notified, they will just keep piling up your tax and everything, and anytime, they catch up with you, they will make you pay those things. So we are trying to, however, I think that maybe we can set up a unit to focus on that. But we have to look at the numbers. How many schools are closing down that will warrant that we now open a desk for it? If it is rampant, maybe. But if it is not, we can just leave it the way it is. My opinion.
All right. Thank you. Yes,
okay. My name is Olamide Hamed. I want to say a very big thank you and kudos to our speakers. In fact, your lecture, your presentation have been so impactful and insightful. Thank you very much. So my question goes to Mrs. Bolanle. What advice would you give to school leaders or managers working with limited resources, be it human or financial, and expected to come up or come out with good results? That's my question for you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So what I always say is you work with your realities. So whatever you do, understanding what your volume is, your finances, you invest more in training the people that are on ground. So you don't always have to have a lot of money to be able to do things. You train the parents as well. So when you've trained the parents around you, you've invested in them being able to work with you. They partner with you. So as much as you need teachers, well, it depends, because in Nigeria also it's a little bit dicey, because when parents come to schools, they believe they've paid their school fees and you have to do the work. But part of what we have at our school, our parents actually volunteer a lot. So when parents are volunteering with you as a school, you find that, yes, you need the teachers, but you can get help from other places. So that already begins to limit what you need to put out to teachers. You create materials. Hands-on practical materials will be very helpful as well. You're not always needing to buy all the sophisticated, fancy, highfalutin materials, whatever you can do. So for us, we're a Montessori school. And being a Montessori school, we use a lot of practical materials, but the same materials that we use for number rods and number counting, you can use agbalumo seeds for those number counts. You just improvise. You have to be creative and innovative, and you also grow organically. When you try to have a big school, you have 4 classrooms running at the same time. When your resources are very limited, it causes a problem. So I say to people, merge your classes. You can merge your year 1 and 2 together in that moment when you're still not financially buoyant. You will grow. But what is worse is for you to open 4 classrooms, you need 4 teachers, and you have 4 children in each class. It doesn't really always add up or make sense. So organic growth, I would say, get creative and do a lot of training for the people around you. And then also partner with your community as much as you can. Let the community members come in to help you, support you in whatever way they can, and just keep it going in that way. Thank you.
And the final question for the day.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this summit. My name is Ms. Zokuchi. My question goes to Mr. Koyejo.
Fantastic. I like the way you all took them on one by one. So everybody has a hand.
Okay.
That's good. You've done my job for me.
Sir, I want to know, what are the risks of relying much on AI rather than education? Then secondly, what are the policies that a school can develop for this AI? Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you very much. First and foremost, your question is, what is the risk when children depend so much on AI and teachers? Okay, so one of the obvious risks is people don't learn to think very deep any longer. When a simple question pops up, they just go to ChatGPT that gives them everything and you just sink it in. So if we are not careful over time, the capacity to think at a deeper level, which solve more complex problems in society, will erode over time. Now, but that is if it is just left to play the way it is. But in the context of a very progressive school, what they now do is, how do I help the child that even with AI, the child can still do critical thinking? So the context of AI as it is today is at the forefront of generative AI infrastructure. Everything that has gone into the internet before today, right, has now been able to be cascaded and rounded up using technology. That's everything that's happened in the past. So when new knowledge comes, the AI algorithm has now been able to capture those new knowledge. So the teacher in the classroom is able to put scenario-based learning and contextualize possibilities and realities that are not captured essentially or in domain knowledge as it is today. And when the teacher presents such in the classroom, everybody in the class begins to think more deeply. Even the teachers begin to flex their thinking capability, and everybody begins to get more hands-on. Now, AI is not going to go away, and all of those things try to get things done. The presentation slide I did today, it took me just about 10 minutes to do everything I did today. What did I do? I went to the flyer I was given. I knew my topic. I didn't even need to type. I went to Claude. I said, Claude, I'm speaking at this summit, and I have a topic on learning and technology. I know what I'm going to say, but I just wanted to get a very good slide. And I said, I'll be speaking on learning and development in the age of AI. I need a 20-page slide, and you have all the graphics, all the statistics, all the visuals, and presenting in the way that I should be able to present, very eccentrically. And that was all I said. When I said it, what the ChatGPT did was just to bring the text form of what I imputed by voice. And when I saw it, I confirmed it, and I went to sleep. In the next 3 minutes, ChatGPT gave me my slide. So he gave me a 20-page slide. I removed 3 slides that I didn't want to waste too much time. And I brought in my own advertorial slides, the success tab and all that. Now, what it did was to save me time. I will do that for every other presentation that I will do. But the domain knowledge to present at that level is what I've gathered over time. And that you cannot duplicate, that you cannot replicate. Even when I was about standing up to do my presentation, I still had to go through my slide to ensure that I don't miss any line. So while AI will not go away, right, AI gave me speed. I used to do like 3 days to do that, sweet slide. And I will still not get at that level. But in 10 minutes, I could catch up for what I could do in 3 days. So that's immense power. So what I'm saying is that your children will not be able to think 2 plus 2, 3 plus 3, because that AI will give it to us instantly, right? But the deeper level of thinking that is not on the surface, that's what we now engage our brains, engage us at that level, and see how to use AI profitably. Then on the policy side, first start with your why. Why do you want to run the school? Then just go to AI, any of the AI prompts, and say, give me a robust AI policy for my school. My school does A, B, C. These are values. To give you a robust policy. And when the policy comes out, what you just need to do is copy the policy and paste it on a Microsoft Word document. And you can do what? Convert it to PDF. Now, when you convert it to PDF, go to Claude, right? Attach it to a Claude and say, I need to present this policy to my teachers. Give me a 25-page slide. Boom. You have something to present to your teacher. Then you can chat me and say, oh, what do I need to add? You can even take that policy and retweak it. Take it to Gemini. Say, Gemini, what am I missing from this policy? What is the policy of the top 20 schools? What's the top 20 schools in the world? And what's their AI policy? Benchmark with this one I've produced. That's it. It gives you another deeper one. We use 3 points of mine. I hope you have learned well.
All right. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're out of time, and I'm going to give them like 30 seconds to just close, literally 30 seconds to give their closing remarks. But I'd like to respond to the AI conversation, and by the small power vested on me as, the moderator, because I understand, like I said, my company is building the largest graduate training program, for companies. So we understand these nuances, and we see the frustration. You see this gray hair is talent problem. It's not natural. It's not natural. But I'll say this, right? School owners, you don't let AI scare you. First of all, it's even becoming too expensive for big companies. So humans are still useful. It is a human that is aided by AI. But there's something he said I want to point out. Your fundamentals are still important. When you go to AI and type, how do I find a good husband? It will give you nice ideas. But where do you know what is the source? Which religion, which faith, which author, which culture? Where is it picking the qualities of a good husband from? It is the fundamentals that you learned from your grandmother or whoever you pick your values from that will use you to filter what makes sense or not. So primary and secondary school teachers, in my opinion, are the last gates. That thinking of how to query something that is right or wrong. The ChatGPT, as he mentioned, is not built by Nigerians. That means someone can quietly Go and put something there quietly, and then you just have a generation 20 years later that believe in something else. Do you understand? So we are the ones that are responsible for telling them that photosynthesis is the process of XYZ. Anything else you see, query it. Are you following what I'm saying? So I think you guys will have your own summit soon. I believe we'll talk to school kids to organize an AI summit. I'm pushing that out there quietly, and maybe Lotus Bank can come back 2.0. But beyond that, don't be scared. It's a tool. It's not a threat. All right. So my panelists again, starting with my chair from the back, just that way and back. 30 seconds. Sir. What's your closing remark? And if you want to just pray for them, that's also okay. That works.
Okay, so I just want to say is this: let's not be scared. Financing is not something to be scared about. It's just how to get the right type of financing. And at Lotus Bank, we're there to partner with you. We're there to ensure you get the right type of affordable financing that will help take your schools higher. Because also, we also have a vested interest in ensuring our children are well educated. So we're there for you. And my colleagues over there at the back, we can have a conversation. And let's take it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
So don't be scared. Office of Education Quality Assurance is out to support you. Remember, we regulate, we evaluate, and monitor to improve schools. And we believe from government that without you, we cannot exist.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You look very progressive, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So balance educational leadership with organizational structure. Whatever you do, make sure that your structures are intact and they're watertight. Be creative, be innovative without compromising your standards. Thank you.
Thank you much. Ma, you look very quintessential, proprietress type thing. Effortlessly, from a place of rest. All right.
All right, so I'm going to speak more on resilience in motion. And my first point will be train your eyes to see what is coming before it happens. If it happens before you see it, then you are going to be a laggard. So I want to advise that when you leave here, begin to churn out, go for conferences, go for resources. Resilience keeps going. This is not going to change. What's going to change to make it better is your capacity to improve on where you are. Then I'm going to also say that you need to answer the big question, why? Because anytime there's a downturn in the economy, you are looking at your business and say, what am I doing here? You are not supposed to be there in the first place. If you know why you are meant to do something, every challenge you see around it just keeps you going. Then there's something I want to say, please keep your eyes on the ball. You need to be laser focused. The law of concentrated focus means that if you focus your eyes on one thing, then your entire being is full of light. So you need to keep your eyes on the ball, not looking around. Then the fourth thing, which is going to be a little bit controversial, is please stop blaming your government. Your government is less than 5% of the problems that you are carrying. So just everybody blames the government. Don't join them. You know why? When you keep blaming the government, it kills your capacity to think, to solve the problems around you. The government has been there. The problems have been lingering, but people have built multi-billion businesses in lingering situations. Finally, I want to say, never, never give up. Tough times never last, but tough people do last. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no better way to end this conversation, if not for that, without quitting. Thank you. Please appreciate my panelists and thank them very much for this insightful. Thank you. I think we'll take a picture, right?
Yes, sir. A photo session for the moderator and the panelists, along with the chief executive at SKLD. And I'm still waiting for my picture with the Honorable Commissioner, sir.
Okay.
That picture is very important to me as a motivation. All right, sir. The Honorable Commissioner will also be joined in the photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, I'd like to have all the way from Canon, Mr. Taiwo Adediran, for his goodwill message, and it will be closely followed by Mr. Omotayo Ladan from Imperial EdTech. Please, both of you, kindly make your way to the podium as you give your goodwill messages. And after that, we just want to extend our appreciation to you, and it's going to be shopping time. So I think I'd rather just seize this opportunity.
No, I'll go get stuff from that.
Humble about it.
Please, Mr. Please, can we have Mr. Omotayo Ladan? So please, now that I've taken picture with the Honorable Commissioner, please mind the way you talk to me. Please. Mr. Amotayo Ladan, all the way from Imperial EdTech. Please, a very brief goodwill message to SKLD.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope we're all doing good. Sorry, this is supposed to be a goodwill message to everybody that is here, to SKLD, for having us and putting together this wonderful, event. Again, like my sister, the assistant to the Minister of Education, Dr. Adetola, like she said earlier, sometimes when we have opportunities to do this, we are also, able to just do a bit of sales, talking about what we do. So Imperial Education Technology, we're a technology infrastructure company committed to improving access to quality education. What we do at Imperial EdTech is help organizations deploy technology at scale by combining enterprise supply with flexible financing options. We're a local OEM, and for those that have been opportune to come to our stand on the left-hand side of the hall, you've been able to see our range of technology devices. So once again, I just want to appreciate SKLD for putting together this wonderful event. Thank you very much, everyone.
Listen, what side is your stand on? Okay, the stand is on the left. Okay, to be on your right, please. And ladies and gentlemen, we can't end this event without appreciation from the Chief Executive, Mr. Tayo Oshiemi. Please, if your hands are not too busy, can we put our hands together for Mr. Tayo Oshiemi?
So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful afternoon, and my greatest joy is to see that the conversations have truly begun. The interactions, the exchanges, and what we intended today has truly come to manifest. I'd like to thank all of our distinguished guests, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Education Enugu, Professor Ndubueze Mba. Thank you so much for coming all the way and gracing this occasion. Earlier in the day, we had the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Education, Lagos State, Mr. Tolani Alibalogun. We also had earlier Dr. Adetola Salau, who is the Special Advisor to the Minister of Education on STEM and Corporate Sector Engagement, Minister of Education Federal. I'd like to thank our speakers, Mr. Kwejo, CEO of Chronicles Software. I'd like to thank Mr. Morakinyo Goodness, the founder of Valencia School. His session was so powerful, and he shared a lot of tips. I believe we're going to be having a follow-on. I'd like to also thank Ms. Tinuke Bosun Okushaga. founder of People Plus. I'd like to thank Mrs. Bolanle Adewale, founder and executive director of the Learning Place Montessori School, for being here with us all the way today. I'd also like to thank Mr. Olubi Ogundekpo for being here to support us. Lotus Bank truly stood beside us, and we're really, really grateful for the sponsorship and the support and the growth over the years. I'd also like to thank Dr. Suleiman Ogumuiwa, the DG of the Office of Education Quality Assurance, Lagos State Ministry of Education, for being here from the beginning of the event till the very end. And I would like to thank our distinguished moderator of the panel session, Dr. Emmanuel Tafa, CEO of Crypta, for being here with us. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors. We have Milan, Casio, Success Tab. We thank you very much for supporting us. We also want to thank every exhibitor that made it here. Thank you so much for your time. Now, the event is not over. The exhibition halls are to my left and to my right. I want to encourage every principal here, every stakeholder who has come to attend the event, to please go to the exhibition halls and look through the exhibitors there, engage with them, and let us find ways to build capacity together for the education sector. On behalf of the board and management and the entire team at Skilled Integrated Services, we're really grateful for your support, for your presence here today. This is just the beginning of the Nigeria Educational Supplies Summit. We believe that next year will even be greater. I want to encourage you to be a part of it. Look out for our channels. We're going to be communicating. We're going to be putting out materials. This is not the last time you hear from us this year. We're going to be putting out follow-on conversations regarding this particular summit. The goal here is to essentially empower the industry to be all that it can potentially be. And the way to do that is to ensure two important things: capacity development and resource development, to ensure that we have both the human capital and the resources we need to provide the quality of education that we all desire and the kind of nation that we want to see. Thank you very much and have a wonderful afternoon.
I think we can do better than that. As we wrap up, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to acknowledge the humans at SKLD, Mrs. Abimbola Jala, Ms. Tony Olajide, Mrs. Okpeyemi from Abuja, Mr. Emmanuel Okaye, Mr. Dayo Afolabi, Ms. Faith Abakada, Mrs. Abimbola, and Mr. Victor Ude, and also Mr. Tayo, the EA to the, will I say Superior Mr. Tayo now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been amazing being in your faces for the duration of this event, but I didn't do this alone. We had all forms of excellent delivery, from the Priest Kitchen for catering, Prodigy Hostesses for ushering, 1001 Lux Rentals and the Bees. We also have Gani for photography, Craft Deck for audio and visual production, Sights and Crafts for the screen and lighting, store set up by Brand Pro Exhibition Booth, Press and Media, Tech Cabal, Business Day, This Day, Vanguard, and IO Media. Registration and ticketing from Live Eat, Mocktail by Bahi Bites, security by Orca Securities, sound by Classic Events, and Mr. Joseph as the content creator. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for staying through to the end of this event. My name is Dr. Frederick. It's been fun being out with you all day. God bless you all. Thank you.